and well, it feels alive. As he tours across India, he brings this experience directly to the communities that have long been at the heart of Kirtan culture. All right, we have to talk about the issue that concerns us every day, the air that we are breathing currently, how it affects us. Today is National Pollution Control Day. It was born out of a necessity, and to that end, here's a quick pollution check. This is the air pollution levels in Delhi, real-time air quality index. This is the visual map that we're looking at right now. As you can see on the screen here, quite a few places in the hazardous category. Let me just show you one of these. All right, so this is Shadra industrial area, 491 AQI here, hazardous to say the least. Then we have Indrapuram, Ghaziabad, 197, still unhealthy. 312, let's look at this one. Delhi Institute of Tool Engineering, Wazirpur, 312, again in the hazardous category. You can see here the pins on this map, quite a few places in the hazardous category, and the places that are not, well, they're far from normal levels of what's considered normal, in fact. We all deserve clean air, and to that end, we will be focusing on what we need to be doing as a nation, as individuals. So as I mentioned earlier, today is National Pollution Control Day. That is going to be our top focus for this morning. This day, born out of a disaster, India can never forget. The Bhopal gas leak was a human tragedy, but it was also a wake-up call about how our systems are when safety slips. Decades later, the warning still holds because the threat today is the air we breathe outside our homes. This week showed that clearly Delhi and Mumbai, cities with completely different geography, landed in the same bracket, very poor air. And might I add, no longer is it air just outside of our homes. This is the air that we're breathing constantly. Mumbai had to trigger the strictest pollution controls. That's usually a Delhi headline, but the pattern has shifted. Both cities are being hit by the same mix: vehicles, dust, construction, dirty fuel. And the result is the same everywhere. Longer smog hours, slower wind-packed hospitals, and people struggling with basic breathing. Delhi stays vulnerable because its local emissions stay high, even on days that look clean on paper. We saw that map there. Mumbai is slipping fast because the city is building at a scale the air can't handle anymore, and coastal winds aren't strong enough to save it. So the question for the country on National Pollution Control Day is, if two of India's biggest cities can hit crisis levels in the same week, what are we still not fixing? And what does real year-round pollution control actually look like? Not just emergency firefighting that I'm talking about here. Let's bring in our guest to discuss this. Dr. Sanjeev Bagai, Padma Shri Awardee and Chairman, Nephron Clinic. Thank you so much for joining us, Doctor. Again, I want to begin by asking you, what is the biggest reason that we still perhaps haven't learned all these years later, the lessons that we should have from what happened in the Bhopal gas tragedy, and how does that tie into what we're seeing today?
Good morning to all the viewers. So I think very clearly this is something which is not being addressed adequately. I'm not making any political statements, but this is going on for many decades. We've reached a stage now in which we are losing close to 3 million Indians every year directly related to pollution-induced deaths. That's 18% of the total mortality load in India. We are losing more than 10,000 to 12,000 people in Delhi every year directly because of air pollution. Just 10 micrograms increase in PM 2.5 equivalent to 12,000 excess deaths only in Delhi every year. The statistics keep rolling out. It's not only PM 2.5 or PM 10, it's the ultra-fine particles, it's the micro-nanoplastics, it's the volatile gases, it's the hydrofluorocarbons, it's the heavy metals in the air, it's the toxic gases like methane and benzene. All of them are inflammatory compounds which enter into the body. What do? They induce what we call as oxidative stress and induce pro-oncogenes to become oncogenes and cancers increase. Almost 80% increase in cancers of the breast, 25% increase in cancer of the lungs. It hits the pregnancies with excess risk of stillbirths, spontaneous abortions, small for date babies, premature babies, children being born with congenital abnormalities like congenital heart disease, absent limbs, deformities of the brain and kidneys. This is involving kids even more because they are exposed to the early morning air where the fog and the smog and the relative humidity is the most. And kids breathe twice the rate of the respiratory rate as adults, so they inhale 2 times the volume of the pollutants. We need to take this on a very, very aggressive national mode. If we can manage COVID well, which we did, I'm absolutely sure if we put our heart and our brains into it as a one-point agenda, we can tackle this. If we want to become one amongst the best global economies, we have to deal with air pollution. It is cheaper to deal with air pollution because we are preventing deaths, we are preventing mortality, morbidity and complications. We are losing 7 lakh crores every year directly related to air pollution complications. Over to you.
Right now, despite awareness campaigns, pollution levels do remain high. Where exactly are we losing the plot? Is it policy? Is it implementation? Is it public behavior? Because that's something that needs to be discussed as well.
Yeah, so no longer can pollution be an abandoned baby. I think we need a very systematic, cohesive approach. It has to be a synergy amongst various states. I think the Prime Minister's office should institute, I've said this for a very long time, a separate ministry to combat air pollution. Sorry, the cough is because of the air pollution. And we need to actually implement strict guidelines as a national level to combat air pollution, be it the road dust, be it the emissions of the vehicular pollution, be it the industrial dumping, be it the open dhalaus and the waste management, which is not adequate, or indeed the parali burning in North India. All these are a big no-no. It's our constitutional right under Article 21 to live well, to live safe. We need air. If I breathe this air, I'm going to die early. We know it's published data from Indian journals, Indian authentic research, that we are losing 10 years of our adult life directly because of air pollution. What are we doing in this generation? We've damaged that. 23% stunting of children in terms of physical growth, 69% decrease in cognitive skills in children and young adults. We need this as a mission to implement this, to enforce it, strict guidelines and even stricter punishments for defaulters.
Absolutely. Now, there is plenty of literature available, as you mentioned as well, to show us the effects of air pollution. And we breathe this air every day. It kills millions, as you mentioned, globally each year. Why isn't this perhaps treated with the same urgency as other public health crises? Is it because it doesn't perhaps manifest as an immediate and primary cause in a lot of these cases?
I think there's a level of inertia, there's a level of mental stagnation which has come in. If you look at it, it's not only a winter phenomena. This is happening year-long. The WHO guidelines of AQI are 15 micrograms per meter cube of air. India has set a guideline of 50. Anything more than 50 to 100 is dangerous. Now, it's a question of splitting hairs and reading between the lines. Dangerous, very dangerous, hazardous. This is being fatal. We must look after the next generation. We cannot become a global superpower with this level of pollution. It's damaging our quality of life, our livability, our lifespan, and huge amount of complications. The cancer patients will roll out in the next generations. The congenital deformities, the liver disease, the bone disease, neurological complications. So we need all the states coming on the table, implement a guideline, enforce it, and make sure that the air is clean. This is not going to happen in a year. It's going to take a good 4 to 5 years, but this is achievable. We cannot get rid of air pollution, but it can reach to a level in which at least a human being can breathe. Kids can't go out to the park. Adults can't go for a walk. Working hours have become shortened. This is a sheer, simple, man-made catastrophe.
Right, absolutely. What are the top contributors, would you say, to air pollution in Indian cities today? Which of them are actually within our immediate control?
So I think road dust abnormal and absolutely callous norms from the builders and the construction sites, vehicular emissions, industrial wastes which are going into the soil and air, and last and not the least is the farm fires and parali. If you tackle these 5 forefronts on a war footing, at least by next year, the quality of air will improve. It's a simple statistical matter. We are not talking in terms, even once has been mentioned, of the micro nanoparticles of plastic. Number 1 cause of infertility and cancers. Number 1 cause of brain and heart attacks. Mere 15 minutes of exposure to this air causes respiratory distress. 3 to 5 days of continuous exposure to this air can cause sudden cardiac arrest at home. Ambient air pollution, even indoors at home, is a reflection of the air outside. We cannot live a life on air purifiers. We cannot live a life in fear of wearing a mask, not sending the children to school, not being able to play sports. This is being unfair. I would request the PMO to intervene strictly, and I'm sure we can achieve this over a period of next few years.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for mentioning that, because I was going to come to that as well. Do you actually think air purifiers make a difference, or is this just a quick fix and it's distracting us from the deeper structural issues that we are facing right now? Because there is, as you mentioned as well, there's plenty of literature that's available. We have the numbers, we have the data. What is happening?
So I think air purifiers work for a limited period in a transient manner for a limited scope which is in a room. But if your windows and doors are even slightly open, they are not going to work that well. But how many Indians can afford air purifiers? Less than 0.1%. Is that the life which we want? These are just supports to tide away the crisis, but we have to target the origin. It's important to understand every 22 units, micrograms of AQI, which increases in PM 2.5, is equal to smoking 1 cigarette. The AQI of 500 to 700, sometimes 999 it has been recorded, is equivalent to smoking 40 cigarettes plus in a day without actually touching a cigarette. That's why the never smokers, the risk of lung cancers has increased 25%. In a year, an average Indian smokes 8,000 cigarettes per year. Is that what we want to give to our citizens? The answer is no. We can't sham this. We can't hide away from it. We cannot have an ostrich-like attitude. We have to deal with it by confronting it. Confronting it means identify the sources, tackle it in a time-bound program. It has to be performance-driven. Let the state ministers be directly responsible. Let them report to the PMO. Make sure that the data which is coming is accurate and give timelines for the results to show.
Right, and let's talk about individual responsibility, what people can do immediately to perhaps guard themselves. What concrete behavioral changes can every citizen start today, something that can genuinely move the needle a little?
I think hygiene is next to God. We should stop littering the roads. We have to stop dumping our garbage on the roads. These emit microfine particles, methane, and other carbon monoxide compounds which are carcinogenic. If a child is going to school, if the school is not in a hybrid mode, they should wear a mask. Children who are vulnerable to asthma, wheezing, which 40% of Indians living in Delhi in children under the age group of 10 are vulnerable to it, should definitely keep an inhaler handy or some prophylactic medication under medical advice. The elderlies, the vulnerable, especially the people who are hypertensive, diabetic, obesity, should take extra care. If not urgent, don't expose yourself, especially in the peak hours and late evening hours. Make sure that your respiratory rate is monitored. If you have any breathing difficulty, wheezing, or any breathlessness, don't self-medicate. Consult your doctor immediately.
All right. Now, Dr. Bagai, thank you so much for joining us on the Breakfast Club with your insights on this as well. That just goes to show how much we need to be fighting against the toxic air that we are breathing every single day. All right, let's shift our focus now. Let's talk about something that has dominated headlines for quite some time. Artificial intelligence, AI in healthcare. AI in healthcare, it's no longer some distant concept anymore. It is already part of how hospitals work. Across departments, doctors are using it to pick up early signs in scans, sort through massive health records, keep an eye on patient vitals in real time. It can save time, cut errors, and helps them make decisions faster. But how much should we trust these systems, and who checks if they are being used responsibly? Before we talk possibilities, we also have to talk about the risks. Because if the data fed into these systems does not represent everyone, the outputs won't treat everyone fairly. And the ethics go even deeper. Now, patients may not even know when AI is involved in their diagnosis. Ownership of medical data is unclear, and without rules, private firms can end up controlling information that should belong to patients and hospitals. At the same time, the promise is real. AI can help catch diseases sooner, bring specialist-level support to rural areas, reduce hospital backlogs, and make everyday care smoother for both the doctor and the patients. So the challenge now is balancing health systems. Health systems do need guardrails that keep doctors in charge, demand transparency from tech companies, and ensure the data used to train these tools actually reflect the population that they serve. Because the future of medical AI is about safety, it's about accountability and trust. Now, earlier we also spoke to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, who is the former chief scientist at WHO and the chairperson of the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation. Let's listen into what she had to say about this. How do you see the role of AI in primary healthcare? Do you think there's a lot of hype around it, or is this the next real leap?
It depends how we use AI. I think AI has a potential to solve some of the challenges that we see, particularly when frontline health workers are faced with situations which they are not equipped to deal with. There, the AI backup or AI tutor or AI guide which they can use or a decision support tool could be very helpful. Similarly, AI can be used where there is no specialist. We don't have enough radiologists, pathologists. You can use AI to do a lot of the readings, initial readings, to screen for abnormalities, let's say in x-rays or scans or pathology slides, or even screening for cervical cancer. There are now validated AI tools. So I think it can really improve the efficiency of healthcare delivery, but it can't solve all our problems, and it can never replace the human beings. So it can only be an assistant and an aid for healthcare. In hospitals as well, it can play an amazing role in analyzing your data, looking at trends, telling you if something's going wrong, so it can help hospital administrators. But
Just
I think
help get rid of a lot of redundancy.
exactly,
in us, right?
and it makes things faster, more efficient. But it also, of course, we know has a downside. We talked about the deep fakes and things like that. And AI can be misused, is being misused.
Right.
And people need to be very well aware that not everything that's you see on your social media feed is actually genuine stuff. A lot of it is fake.
All right, to discuss this further, we have with us Fabin John James, AI expert and founder of AI Board. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you so much for joining us on The Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Now, let's get right into it. AI is being hailed as a game changer in healthcare by many. In real terms, where are we already, seeing the biggest impact, would you say?
The earliest and the clearest impact which we have done is on diagnostic side, which is like identifying cancer or detecting heart attacks as such, right? So these are pretty mature field right now because there is FDA approved algorithms as such, right? So these are areas where we have already started seeing a lot of improvements.
Right, absolutely. When it comes to diagnosis, and that can perhaps, as we were talking earlier with Dr. Soumya Swaminathan as well, it can help reduce a lot of redundancy when it comes to the error rates. What can you tell us about that?
Well, in terms of diagnosis, when it's very when the AI model is very specialized, in the sense that there's a lot of effort which has gone into finding a lot of cases for a particular cancer and being trained on a very specific diagnosis. It performs like we get like 94 is a number which is like 94 to 93 is in some cases go to 98 as well, right? It depends on how specialized it is. And in these cases, it's pretty good. Like, it has come pretty mature. But as you generalize it, there are problems essentially.
All right. Now, when it comes to early diagnosis like cancer, cardiac issues, mental health, how reliable is AI? Again, I want to ask you, because a lot of people might turn to AI. We've heard stories of people turning to ChatGPT for it to turn into their personal therapist. Now, be that as it may, how accurate are these systems? Are they accurate enough to trust them, or do we need specialized systems that only focus on, let's say, therapy, mental health issues, diagnosis?
Well, I don't see that mental health, anytime soon it's going to be pretty accurate because that field is still maturing. But when I'm talking about the diagnosis of cancer versus ECG, we have like, the accuracy we can get evidence from the years in which it has matured. For example, radiology, detecting cancer and all has been there for a long period of time. It has been there for much before ChatGPT came into picture, right? So it's there been for around a decade as such, right? And when there is also FDA approved algorithms, we know that there is a certain amount of trust factor there that this is more likely accurate. But even then, we need of course the doctors final say that hey, this is accurate as such, right? That is there. But having said that, there are cases when it can things go wrong, and this happens primarily because of biases in the algorithms as such. Like for example, if you're training the algorithm in the US skin tones of white people, and then you're coming to India and then checking it, right? And then there is a problem because it's trained on a different category of data altogether, and you're testing it differently, right? So these things have to be checked. So if all these things align well and the FDA is approved and the field has been diagnosed for a long period of time, then it's pretty accurate. But for any new things, right, we should address very caution. Like mental health is something which is very subjective, and it's very difficult.
Right. Let me just come back to what you were saying about the approved algorithms. If you could just tell us a little bit about that. What's the process? What sort of data sets, or what is the rule of measure to approve these algorithms? How does that even happen?
Well, I think the area is presently even developing as such, and they look through a couple of different things as such. One is, where are these trained on? Are they based on real actual data? Sometimes, there are instances where people have trained on made-up data, and it has gone and where was a downfall where it didn't go through accurately, and it was giving wrong treatment to patients as such. So there are first is the training quality of the training data set, right? How accurate it is. Second is the demographics, right? So for example, is it on different Joe has different dependencies, right? So what works for US might not work for India, so that also comes into play as such. And then the third part would be finally, I think something with healthcare. Expert healthcare personnel also will come and pitch in and say that hey, how accurate the diagnosis is. Based on that, these things, FDA kind of approves these algorithms, and and we get it. But these are for very specialized. Don't expect this to be for, like for example, a ChatGPT or a Claude, diagnosing you. Definitely not. But these are for definite or for very trained algorithms which can detect these diseases. Yeah.
All right. And can AI ever match the intuition and the judgment of a trained doctor, or is the human element truly irreplaceable, as Dr. Swaminathan said as well?
It can never replace a human doctor, and it's primarily because when you go to a doctor, in person as such, they have much more clarity about you, and like for example, you go to a person and the disease might have been something like a corona case, right? If the model is trained before 2019, it doesn't have an up-to-date information, whereas a human person will know that hey, this happened in this area and this person might be having the same thing as such, right? So I can just give one example of it, and there is 100 other factors which a human judgment will always be superior to AI every time. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about that scenario you're mentioning, coronavirus, of course. In maybe a situation like a pandemic, in what capacity do you see AI helping us?
So the first part would be, where we have already seen results, which will be diagnosis, and that would be something like where the smartphone which you have with your watch collects a lot of data about your heart rate, temperature, and all of the aspects of it as such. And with the camera, it can even detect your skin tones and things like that, which leads to a lot of diagnosis data, right? And I think with a smartphone and the AI model, the diagnosis part at least would be we can say that most of the time 90 to 95% which can be taken care part of it as such, right? The next part when it comes to preventary measures as such, it can potentially give you some ideas as to like what you can do to prevent yourself from catching the virus as such, but suppose that when you want to take medications, and that is somewhere I don't think you should be trusting AI right now. That is clearly area for the doctor to kind of help you out with with the data. It can probably kind of like prioritize you based on your condition from the data which is there, and all that kind of stuff, and probably can reduce a lot of queue in the hospital systems, and the healthcare can be more effective. But at the same time, I don't think we should be trusting AI for the results of it as such. Yeah.
All right. So, of course, we can't fully trust AI right now. And to that end, there's always the issue of doctor-patient confidentiality that comes in. If AI were to access, let's say, my personal records, my medical records, my medical history, how do you enforce guidelines if they were to be brought in to make sure that my data remains secure?
Well, the issue is not only about AI using, your personal data as such, but mostly, someone else getting a third party, which is right now the caution in with respect to cybersecurity and all that kind of stuff, is that a third party can take the data of yours and probably they know your weakness, and they can probably if the person is a VIP and they want to eliminate them, and this data can be crucial aspect of it as such, right? So that is definitely a thing of which you have to worry about. With respect to AI using a data, I think it's more about is it using it accurately or not? Is it using the valid data points to make an inference as such? But at the same time, to answer your question, yes, we can provide guardrails, like in the sense that it depends on the implementation person, where they can ensure that AI sees only part of the data as such, right? So that can be made possible.
All right, and with robotic surgeries, automated diagnostics, should healthcare workers fear job loss, or is AI going to create new opportunities for them? Because as you said, the human element can never be taken out completely out of the equation.
Yeah, so with respect to that, I think there is a lack of, in these areas, we need more doctors, is from my current understanding is that. And what can happen is that the experts can, and with the help of AI, we can, we can educate more people to become more better surgeons as such, and that is the possibility which I see, than a job loss happening right away. And still the robotic surgeries we are very, very, very early. We can't say anything unless it has been there for a decade or something like that, right? And it has been maturing, and we are people are going through it. We can't say that how effective it is and all that kind of stuff. But what we know for sure is that it is going to educate more people, and it is I think people should be approached with a more positive perspective.
All right, so not yet is your answer. All right, Fabian James, thank you so much for joining us on the Breakfast Club with your insights on this. It's been a pleasure talking to you. All right, and coming up next after this very short break is our person of interest, Radhika Das, a global Kirtan artist who has brought India's devotional sound to audiences across the world, who will be joining us. Stay tuned for that one.
This is
सल्यूट है जी। आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं, और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं, और आप देश के अंदर। सल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Over the state of former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, who is in custody. Now, in a CNN News 18 mega exclusive, reports suggest that Imran Khan's sister Uzma Khan and his lawyer Ali Zafar are likely to be allowed a meeting with the former Pakistan Prime Minister, but under strict conditions, which means no media, even no social media. Islamabad and Rawalpindi are under heavy restrictions with Section 144 imposed in the city, especially around Adiala jail, to prevent any mass mobilization or unrest led by PTI workers. Sources close to Imran Khan indicate that the Pakistani establishment is tightly controlling information, fearing that details about Imran Khan's physical or psychological conditions could spark protests similar to the May 2023 unrest. That is the big piece of news that's coming in, as Pakistan is trying to strictly control the conditions around Imran Khan, and at the same time trying to prevent a mass mobilization by the PTI, which is Imran Khan's party. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Akanksha Swaroop on the broadcast as we decode these details brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. So Akanksha, it seems that the blackout surrounding Imran Khan by the Shehbaz Sharif regime seems to be backfiring on the Pakistani government, given the fact that anger is only escalating against the Pakistan regime, given the fact that there is such a blackout surrounding Imran Khan, and not even access was earlier given to neither his legal counsel or his family.
And precisely that's why the fact that they are allowing at least one sister Uzma and one vetted lawyer to meet Imran Khan, and that too under this strict gag order, is only suggesting that Islamabad is attempting not just to tightly manage the information flow, Ayushman, but as Manoj Gupta is bringing us those inputs, is amply evident that Shehbaz Sharif, which is basically the man is just running a puppet regime under Asim Munir, is under tremendous pressure, and they're also rattled by the kind of clout that the PTI commands, and most importantly, the popularity of Imran Khan. They fear not to spread, about Imran Khan's physical and psychological condition, any information, which is why
over the state of former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, who is in custody. Now, in a CNN News 18 mega exclusive, reports suggest that Imran Khan's sister Uzma Khan and his lawyer Ali Zafar are likely to be allowed a meeting with the former Pakistan Prime Minister, but under strict conditions, which means no media, even no social media. Islamabad and Rawalpindi are under heavy restrictions with Section 144 imposed in the city, especially around Adiala jail, to prevent any mass mobilization or unrest led by PTI workers. Sources close to Imran Khan indicate that the Pakistani establishment is tightly controlling information, fearing that details about Imran Khan's physical or psychological conditions could spark protests similar to the May 2023 unrest. That is the big piece of news that's coming in, as Pakistan is trying to strictly control the conditions around Imran Khan, and at the same time trying to prevent a mass mobilization by the PTI, which is Imran Khan's party. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Akanksha Swaroop on the broadcast as we decode these details brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. So Akanksha, it seems that the blackout surrounding Imran Khan by the Shehbaz Sharif regime seems to be backfiring on the Pakistani government, given the fact that anger is only escalating against the Pakistan regime, given the fact that there is such a blackout surrounding Imran Khan, and not even access was earlier given to neither his legal counsel or his family.
And precisely that's why the fact that they are allowing at least one sister Uzma and one vetted lawyer to meet Imran Khan, and that too under this strict gag order, is only suggesting that Islamabad is attempting not just to tightly manage the information flow, Ayushman, but as Manoj Gupta is bringing us those inputs.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. It's time now to bring in our person of interest. Our person of interest today, Radhika Das, a global Kirtan artist who has brought India's devotional sound to audiences across the world. Born and raised in London, he discovered the path of bhakti in his youth, and what began as a personal search soon became his life's calling. For over a decade now, he has traveled across Europe, America, and now India, leading Kirtan sessions where thousands come together to chant, to meditate, and to connect with themselves. His approach blends ancient Sanskrit mantras with contemporary music, making devotional practice accessible to a new generation. Beyond the stage, he conducts workshops and retreats that introduce young people to bhakti philosophy, community service, and mindful living. His music has reached millions online, and today he is here to share that journey with us. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us. It's a pleasure talking to you. Now, let me begin by asking you, we've covered this on the show earlier as well, this whole new trend of bhajan clubbing. I want to ask you, what drew you to this? Kirtans have become a phenomena, bhajan clubbing, as I mentioned, has become a phenomena. Why did you choose this particular genre?
I think people around the world are recognizing that there's a need for a spiritual connection, and one that is available in an easy format, one which is available to people who are not in the capacity to practice in a strict fashion or in a ashram environment. People are looking for spirituality in an accessible and relevant format. And in today's age, it becomes abundantly clear that people are looking for it to be, in some sense, a little bit entertaining as well. And so music and sound is described in the ancient scripture, in the Sastra, as being the medium for which consciousness and the mind can change. And we all have a playlist for when we're working out. We all have a playlist for when we're cooking. We all have a playlist for when we're stuck in traffic jams. But what about the playlist for the soul? And that's what kirtan, mantra, the sacred sound, it gives us. It gives us a sound vibration that connects us to the Supreme in a very quick, very easy fashion. You don't need to be sat in silence. You could be rocking to a kirtan in your car. You could be doing it while you're at home. And now more popularly, it's happening in concert venues, which is really wonderful.
All right. So Kirtan jam sessions is what we're looking at. Now I want to ask you again, so that's the shift that we're seeing in the people. Why did you first decide to focus on Kirtan as the genre of music that you wanted to bring to the people?
For me, I was a seeker of spirituality, but I didn't connect with the format that was being presented to me. I didn't connect with the, how one could say it, the harshness or the strictness or the solemn practices. And what really drew me was that this was a mode in which I could chant, sing, and dance. And I think one of the things that really attracted me was that it was a joyful practice. It was a practice that allowed me to sing and dance in love with the Supreme. And when I first came across it in 2007, then I was immediately moved by it. I didn't understand any of the mantras. I didn't understand the science behind it. I'd never read the Bhagavad Gita. But now, years later, I understand how sacred that first interaction was. And I still am astounded to this day how a connection with God can be one which is joyful. And that's one thing that's connected me from the beginning and continues to fill my heart with joy.
All right, we love to hear it. Do you think it connects you to something more sacred, something more primal within you?
I think, yes, it's definitely connected to something primal. The search for the self, a search with the Supreme, a search for my relationship as the true identity, as the soul with the Supreme. I think it also brings about a sense of community, of oneness with human beings that are children of that same God, and one God who goes by different names. And so, yes, it brings about in my life a feeling of joy, a feeling of connection, a feeling of calm, and ultimately happiness.
All right, that's lovely to hear. And of course, you're touring in India as well. What are you hoping to learn, and what are you most excited to discover about India's various diverse spiritual landscapes?
The shift that I really want to see people walk away from is that you can be a spiritualist as you are. You don't need to change your dress. You don't need to change your language. You don't need to change anything about you externally, but that you can be God conscious in suit and tie. You don't need to be placed in a particular environment to fall in love with God. It can happen through singing and chanting among those who are also trying to do the same, and to realize that you're not alone on this journey, even though you may not feel ready for or cut out for living in a temple, living in an ashram, or giving up all of your possessions. You can still come away from this feeling a connection with God that's joyful. And so I really hope that people walk away from this feeling that there's a chance and there's a hope for a loving connection with the Supreme. And I've seen it happen. I'm seeing it happening. And that's what's bringing me so much excitement and so much fuel and so much joy in sharing.
All right, and that being said, do you think reactions have changed to this sort of new genre of concerts as well? Do you think people are more accepting as opposed to how they were when you perhaps first started out?
I think so. I think the world's ready for it. And I think the world is looking for it. I think people of today are so consumed with to-dos that they've forgotten to be. And I think that this practice of chanting, especially among younger audiences, is so much at the forefront of spiritual practices because it's so accessible and it's so easy to do. You don't really need very much, just a voice, an ear, and a heart. There's not really much more in terms of barriers to entry. And I think that's what's special about what we're trying to present and what I'm trying to present, which is that you can come as you are and still feel a connection that's a life less ordinary.
All right, come as you are, but we can't let you go just right now, not before you maybe give us a little sneak peek of what these sessions are like, and if you could just sing for our viewers.
Sure. Well, I'll sing for you the mantra that everyone knows from the internet and has gone viral, and I hope you can check out the full version on YouTube too. It's Radhe Govinda. Bhajamana Radhe Radhe Govinda, Govinda Radhe, Radhe Radhe Govinda, Govinda Radhe, Radhe Govinda, Radhe Radhe Govinda, Govinda Radhe.
All right, Radhika, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for joining us on The Breakfast Club this morning. It's been a pleasure. All right, with that, we're going to shift our focus now. India eye a series win in Raipur after Kohli's vintage 100 in Ranchi, while South Africa looked to stay alive. A packed stadium, a batting-friendly pitch and high stakes, all set for a cracking second ODI on Wednesday. Take a look.
India and South Africa head to Raipur for the second ODI with the series still open. But the hosts are carrying full momentum after a strong win in Ranchi. Virat Kohli was the star there, lighting up the JSCA stadium with a classic 100, and his innings showed once again why he remains India's most reliable ODI batter. India entered the Raipur match with a chance to seal the series early. Kohli's 100 dominated the headlines, but what pleased the management was how the rest of the team stepped up to overpower South Africa. Even though the Proteas' tail fought hard and added important runs, India still controlled most parts of the game and finished strongly. The second ODI is expected to draw a packed crowd, with the stadium preparing for its biggest turnout for an ODI since it began hosting international matches back in 2023. The Shahid Veer Narayan Singh Stadium, known for clear visibility from all stands, can seat more than 50,000 spectators. This will be only the second ODI at the venue, and if the ground staff are to be believed, the match will be played on a red soil surface, which is expected to be batting friendly with even bounce. However, early evening dew could influence conditions, especially in the second innings. According to local media, the Chhattisgarh State Cricket Sangh have said they are ready with top-class facilities. The ground has gone through pitch inspections, outfield checks, security reviews and upgrades in hospitality to meet BCCI standards. Ticket sale have already crossed 80%, showing how quickly cricket is growing in this region. And as per BCCI's schedule shared with CNN News 18, South Africa will train in the afternoon while India will take the evening slot. South Africa arrived in Raipur with some pressure on them. Their batters had multiple 50-plus partnerships in Ranchi but could not build on them. The top order struggled against the moving ball and the lack of a strong start pulled them back. They will need much more discipline and focus, especially from their top three, to challenge India in this must-win game. With India looking to clinch the series and South Africa fighting to stay alive, the Raipur ODI promises intensity and high stakes. And with Kohli coming in fresh from a brilliant 100, the Proteas know that containing Kohli will be the key to keeping the series alive.
All right, and perfect family actors Manoj Pawar, Seema Pawar, Girija Og and Neha Dhupia talk about the show that revolves around family therapy. Girija reveals how she dealt with the impact of a broken family and also sheds light on navigating nasty DMs from men after AI-generated deepfakes of her went viral recently. Neha, on the other hand, talks about developing a thick skin after being trolled for being pregnant before her marriage. Listen to this.
Everyone, welcome to News 18. I'm in conversation with Manoj sir, Seema ma'am, Girija, and Neha. Hi.
Hi.
How are you? Good. Long day, like I was telling her. But let's talk about Perfect Family, your next release. So what we see from the trailer is that we haven't seen the show yet, but family counseling, family therapy. I mean, karna to chahiye, but quite unheard of, at least, in India. I think it's a long road. Because the first step is to acknowledge that we have a problem. Do you see family therapy, people taking it in the future, see it happening here?
ये सीरीज बनाया ही इसी मकसद से गया है कि इसकी कितनी इम्पोर्टेंस है, ये कितना ज़रूरी है हमारी फैमिलीज में, जो हमारे जो प्रॉब्लम्स होते हैं, जो हम आपस में डिस्कस नहीं कर पाते, बातचीत नहीं कर पाते, अंदर ही अंदर कुछ वही जो कुकर में गैस बनती रहती है और फिर अचानक फट जाता है, फिर झगड़े ये वो, तो ज़रूरी है कि किसी की प्रोफेशनल की हेल्प ले ली जाए। इसी के बारे में ये सीरीज़, और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि ये जिस तरह से अभी हम अवेयर होते जा रहे हैं, पहले नहीं थे इतने, और नई जनरेशन तो बहुत ज़्यादा अवेयर होती जा रही है, तो वो ये देखेंगे। और फैमिली की कहानी है जो बहुत प्यार से रहते हैं, एक तरह से परफेक्ट है लोगों की निगाह में, लेकिन अंदर ही अंदर कितने डिफरेंसेस हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली शुरू में जिस तरह से वो जो पूरा टैबू है और ये कि अरे पागल खाने जा रही है इनकी फैमिली, ये वो सब फेस करते हुए, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली दे रियलाइज कि नहीं, ये कितना ज़रूरी था और कितना फ़र्क पड़ा है हमारे को इससे। तो लोग जब देखेंगे तो इससे डेफिनेटली इंस्पायर होंगे और लोग बढ़ेंगे आगे इस कदम इस तरफ।
Anything you want to add, two of you? Because there's already a lot of stigma attached to it now. So how can you get your family? Like, do you see it happening?
I think that there is a long way, and that gap, I don't know when it's going to get bridged. Because अगर अगर बेटी को लगता है थेरेपी की ज़रूरत है, तो there will be, even your own parents will judge you कि क्या ज़रूरत है, तुम तो बिल्कुल ठीक हो, कुछ खा लो, कहीं ट्रैवल कराओ, वापस आ जाओ, that kind of thing. But the point is that when you see Perfect Family, or when you actually watch it, it's all of us. It's you, me, it's her, and I'm not talking about the characters, it's them. It's, maybe the mother in me, or the professional in me, or all of us at some level, कहीं ना कहीं हमको लगता है कि हमें दबाया गया है, हमारी ड्रीम्स, हमारी एस्पिरेशंस, कहीं ना हम लोग खुल के कुछ बोलते नहीं हैं।
News.
So, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Khalida Zia's party thanks PM Modi for message on critically ill leader. The BNP expressed sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Modi for his message wishing Khalida Zia's speedy recovery. This is breaking news that is coming in, and then she has been placed on ventilation. Khalida Zia, as we know, she has been placed on ventilation and remains under the supervision of a medical team that includes specialists from abroad. This comes after Prime Minister expressed concern over Khalida Zia's health and said India wishes her speedy recovery. And India is also ready to help them out. We have seen in News 18, Siddhant Mishra joining us live right now. Siddhant, how does BNP view this gesture from Prime Minister Modi? Is it like just a diplomatic thaw or strictly a humanitarian message with no political implications?
No, definitely. It was a message which was posted by Prime Minister Modi yesterday on X, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi writes on X that he is deeply concerned to learn about the health of Begum Khalida Zia. In fact, Prime Minister also writes that India stands ready to extend all possible support in whatever way we can. In fact, Sukanya, Khalida Zia is on ventilator. In fact, her health is deteriorating. It's a massive concern for her followers, not only in Bangladesh, but also her well-wishers here in India. So Prime Minister writes on X showing his concern and extended support to her family. Now, Sukanya, the message is clear from Indian side that India engages with all stakeholders in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a brotherly neighboring country, whether it's Khalida.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now a quick look at Overdrive, which takes us closer to all new TVS Apache RTX, a motorcycle that promises to blend touring comfort with everyday usability and sporty intent, of course. But can it truly deliver? Take a look at Overdrive's full review.
For a brand like TVS to come out with an adventure tourer motorcycle in the year 2025, well, but yes, better late than never, right? Now, this is the all-new TVS Apache RTX 300. Yes, it is part of the Apache series, but yes, unlike the RR 310 and the RTR 310, this one is completely new. From the engine to the chassis to everything you see on this motorcycle, it is all new. Now we are out here in the lovely Himachal Pradesh, invited by TVS, of course, to check out what this motorcycle has to offer. Now, we've been riding the motorcycle for a day out here. Off-road, on-road, got a decent feel of how this motorcycle acts in different given riding circumstances and situations. And now let's find out what this motorcycle is all about.
As with every modern-day TVS two-wheeler, the fit and finish of the RTX is admirable. Everything feels nice to look at, better to the touch, and there's really little that feels out of place on this motorcycle. The quality of materials used, everything from the 5-inch TFT color display to the flattish and tidy exhaust can at the rear, everything sits nicely with this one. The bike looks purposeful up front with the split LEDs, while that half fairing gives you that big bike feel around the midsection. The chunky upside down suspension up front, the broad seating arrangement, and even that chunky 150 section Eurogrip tyre at the back add to the substantial feel that this bike has overall. TVS have given the RTX a healthy amount of features as well. Even the base model, well, it comes well equipped with adjustable levers, 5-inch color TFT display, traction control, which can be switched off, cruise control, dual channel ABS, which can be switched off at the rear, and 4 riding modes, rally, tour, urban and rain. You even have the option of mirroring your Google Maps onto the screen, very much like the Himalayan, but your phone will have to be on all the while. There's even a handlebar mounted USB charger with both A and Type-C ports, which is very handy indeed. Now with what TVS call the top variant, which essentially is a mid-spec variant, well, with that bike you will get a bidirectional quick shifter and a top box mount on there. While with the highest spec BTO version, well, that includes adjustable suspension, a TPMS and a brass coated chain. Now the accessories list comprises a tiny beak up front, some knuckle guards, crash guards, panniers and a top box.
Now when it comes to seating, well, the motorcycle seat height is at a rated A35mm off the ground, so it's not going to be the most convenient thing for a lot of people. And yeah, A35mm off the ground, it's better to actually put your leg on one of the pegs and actually swing a leg over with this one. 10mm higher than something like the Adventure 250 from KTM. But yeah, a very nice comfortable seating position. 200mm of ground clearance on offer here as well. And with 180mm of suspension travel at either end of this motorcycle, it isn't the greatest kind of suspension travel that you can get in this particular segment of motorcycle, but yeah, it totally works with this configuration and with the way this bike is set up. Now the seat is very accommodating. You have enough space to actually get in front, hug the tank if you're going off-road, if you want to ride off-road. Even the seating position, it's nice and narrow in the center. I don't know if you'll be able to make out, but yeah, standing position on the motorcycle, given my height and weight, 5'9", and I'm around 92 kgs, it is rather comfortable standing and riding this motorcycle, but yes, I would rather have some risers on there. But yes, the seat, given the adventure touring credentials, it certainly makes a good case for itself, at least the rider seat. Pillion seat, as far as this ride is concerned, we don't have a real understanding of that right now because, yeah, time is of the essence. But yes, adventure touring, the seat, very comfortable, even off-road, on-road, very nice and comfortable. Spent around 3 hours as of now riding the motorcycle off-road and a bit of on-road as well. Had a good time on it and really no complaints. The handlebar, nice and wide, gives you a nice commanding riding position as well. Everything well within reach, and yeah, it feels like a nice motorcycle that you could ride for over long distance at ease. Now I mentioned before that this is an all-new motorcycle, and that includes, well, all-new steel threadless chassis, the aluminum cast subframe, and most importantly, that new engine. This is the same 299cc single-cylinder liquid-cooled motor, makes around 36 PS of max power, 28.5 Nm of max torque, spread fairly so across the power band. I'll get to that because yeah, for a motorcycle of this stature, I would have expected a little more punch lower down the power band because yeah, well, the fun really starts once you cross the 4000 RPM mark. It really comes to life at that kind of RPM. It's not exactly dead lower than that, but yeah, I would have definitely liked the engine to be a little more peppier lower down. Give it a little more sprightly kind of feel to it. But yeah, if you're new to this displacement category of motorcycle, adventure touring, this is your first motorcycle in this displacement category, this would be a very nice motorcycle to get used to and ride because the engine, it performs very smoothly, very nice, very tractable of course. And yeah, it is very unlike the RTR and the RR310 motorcycles that we have.
All right, and with that, we're going to call it a wrap on this edition of the Breakfast Club. News and updates are going to continue on the other side on CNN News 18. Do stay tuned.
This is News.
So former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Khalida Zia's party thanks PM Modi for message on critically ill leader. The BNP expressed sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Modi for his message wishing Khalida Zia's speedy recovery. This is breaking news that is coming in, and then she has been placed on ventilation. Khalida Zia, as we know, she has been placed on ventilation and remains under the supervision of a medical team that includes specialists from abroad. This comes after Prime Minister expressed concern over Khalida Zia's health and said India wishes her speedy recovery. And India is also ready to help them out. We have CNN News 18, Siddhant Mishra joining us live right now. Siddhant, how does BNP view this gesture from Prime Minister Modi? Is it like just a diplomatic thaw or strictly a humanitarian message with no political implications?
No, definitely. It was It was a message which was posted by Prime Minister Modi yesterday on X, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi writes on X that he is deeply concerned to learn about the health of Begum Khalida Zia. In fact, Prime Minister also writes that India stands ready to extend all possible support in whatever way we can. In fact, Sukanya Khalida Zia is on ventilator. In fact, her health is deteriorating. It's a massive concern for her followers, not only in Bangladesh, but also her well-wishers here in India. So Prime Minister writes on X showing his concern and extended support to her family. Now, Sukanya, the message is clear from Indian side that India engages with all stakeholders in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a brotherly neighboring country. Whether it's Khalida Zia or whether it's Sheikh Hasina, India has always extended help and support to the leadership in Bangladesh, except the extremist and fundamentalist forces in Bangladesh. Point number one. Now, we also have a response coming from BNP, Sukanya, where BNP expresses its sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Modi for his thoughtful message and kind wishes for the speedy recovery of Khalida Zia. BNP deeply appreciates this gesture of goodwill by Prime Minister Modi and the expression of readiness to extend support. So, definitely, when BNP...
Good morning. We are back and it's day 2 of the winter session of Parliament, and if the first day is any indication of what the rest of the short session is going to go by, you can expect repeated adjournments. Well, that's exactly what is likely to happen today, but there's much more matter which is on the table and on the agenda of the opposition parties as well. First of all, multiple notices have already been given by the Congress party, the Aam Aadmi party, because they all want a discussion on the SIR. In a confrontation which took place between the Congress President and the LOP, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, and the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, the opposition accused the government of trying to divide the opposition, but we stand united is what all of them said. The government says you cannot dictate to us when we want to hold a discussion on the SIR. We decide the time. If we decide to hold a discussion, we are going to inform, but we need to take all the people together. But there was more confrontation which is happening, and the morning shows the day. There are plenty of issues like the Sanchar Sathi app, which the opposition parties are calling it Pegasus 2.0, and many other such issues which could in fact lead to much more confrontation between the two sides, and of course the big opposition protests at 10:30 a.m.
Yes, sir. So if you thought SIR was the only issue, there was some indication that on SIR, government could be more accommodative than the last session. But Sanchar Sathi could be the next point of contention between the government and the opposition. We'll get you more details and debate with all our colleagues here. But first, let's take you through the headlines. After SIR debate demands wipe out day 1 of winter session, opposition moves suspension notices on day 2 as well. Government orders pre-installation of the Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphones to fight fake phones and cybercrimes. Opposition warns against government's overreach, tags Sanchar Sathi app surveillance tool and unconstitutional. To Karnataka, Siddaramaiah to visit DK Shivkumar's residence for breakfast. Is that an indication of the end of power tussle in Karnataka? Tension erupts within Mahayuti after Nilesh Rane accused ally BJP of attempting to bribe voters ahead of civic polls in Maharashtra. And booked for rape and forced abortion, suspended Congress MLA Rahul Mamukotthil is on the run now. So after a heated day of winter session, Pallavi, the stage is now set for day 2. There was some bonhomie in Rajya Sabha yesterday because there was felicitation of the Vice President. But I think that is over. It's now jung, war.
But even in that so-called bonhomie, I noticed that, there were pot shots being taken at each other. Mr. Kharge talking about muh tod jawab denge, which I think the government, of course, did not like. Renuka Chaudhary and her moment with her dog. All of that has just added on to the confrontation. And, people were taking jibes at each other. Well, at 10:30 a.m. at the Makar Dwar, which is the entrance to the parliament, is where that opposition protest is going to take place. I think the opposition is very, very clear on one thing. Come what may, it has to be, the focus has to be on the SIR. Na idhar, na udhar, we want to have a discussion. You decide what you want to call it. But are you getting any indication, Aman, about the government backtracking or maybe possibly the government agreeing to a discussion on electoral reforms or SIR more specifically in the days to come?
Not so far, Pallavi. I think the government is still very, I would say, very fixated on its own, what it has been saying in the entire monsoon session as well, that you can't discuss election commissions functioning on the floor of the house. If you have to discuss larger electoral reforms also, the government feels that the opposition may still make it more about the SIR. So I think that is the apprehension. Maybe if more some conversation happens, because right now I think there's a complete breakdown of communication between both the sides, especially when it comes to the SIR debate. And at 10:30 also, when we will be inside Pallavi, it will be interesting to see which all opposition parties are a part of this protest. I think Samajwadi Party will be there along with the Congress and the DMK, because Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh both are severely impacted by the SIR. Their opposition leader and their leaders are saying, yesterday Akhilesh Yadav came outside and said that the electoral rolls are being managed. There's a company which has been hired. He made big allegations which is removing Samajwadi Party's voters from each constituency where the BJP has lost. So I think the knives are out on both sides. It would be interesting to see if there is some compromise, but already I don't see anything happening at least this week. Maybe end of next week, if there is a compromise at some level, we'll have to wait and see. Not this week. I think this week will much be a washout, I believe.
Let's just put out that breaking information that Pallavi and Aman just discussed for our viewers. There is a protest by the opposition at 10:30 inside Parliament at the Makar Dwar. Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party has also given notice he wants discussion, suspension of all other matters, and discussion on the death of BLOs that is happening on the SIR issue. So Pallavi, you've already told us that this Makar Dwar protest will be interesting to watch out for. It's also about the unity of the opposition parties. But the protest that we saw in the last session and protest this time again. Last time it was only Bihar, but this time DMK, TMC, there's much more at stake for them.
Yeah, 12 states. 12 states where the SIR exercise is going on. I mean, that's where, say, the Samajwadi Party also comes in. Yesterday, that meeting which took place in Mr. Kharge's room, the Trinamool Congress was not there. But of course, there was a phone conversation which took place between Jairam Ramesh and Derek O'Brien. The TMC said that, we were busy in another meeting. But they were not busy in any other meeting. They were very much there inside Parliament. I think the Trinamool Congress wants to be here and still not there. They don't want to be seen as a part of that larger photo opportunity where they're sitting next to a Congress party and other political parties. But SIR is an issue which touches them, so they cannot be untouched by it. So therefore, when that protest takes place, I would also watch out for the Trinamool Congress being there or not. I mean, they have a compulsion, they have to be there. Similarly, it's the Samajwadi Party and of course the Aam Aadmi Party. So the main stakeholders are of course SP, there's going to be a DMK, and more importantly the Trinamool Congress as well.
Okay, so Arundhanta, the opposition seems united on this. Like Pallavi said, even though TMC was not part of that meeting, the sound bites that we heard seem to suggest that all is well. In light of the opposition's unified protest on SIR, do you think the Bharatiya Janata Party-led NDA is even thinking of taking a position which is different from their position in the last session?
Well, see, Arunima, yes, of course, we can say that, because in last session, government was really not speaking on these lines as we're seeing them in this session. In fact, I remember when Kiran Rijiju was speaking in the parliament yesterday in Rajya Sabha, where of course all the opposition party leaders were wanting to have the discussion on SIR. Then Kiran Rijiju's response was, see, we haven't said no to yet. We are not averse to discuss the electoral reforms or the SIR. So that's a massive change, because last session, I remember in the monsoon, of course they were speaking about this larger electoral reform debate, but they were really not that much pressing. On the other side, of course, we were seeing opposition parties were really going hammer and tongs and wanting that discussion on the SIR. So that's a change that I can see here. And also importantly, Arunima, if you see the opposition stand, that has also been changed. Remember, last time around, you were also there in the monsoon session when opposition was very much adamant that they only want discussion on SIR. So if you listen to the opposition leaders' argument this time around, they are saying that we want discussion on SIR, you name it, whatever you want to call it, but we want discussion. In fact, some of them are saying that we want to discuss electoral reform. So that is the change. And also, of course, both opposition and government would want to send out a message, Arunima, to people that, look, we are here for a business. If opposition parties are doing their roles, government is also ready to bend to an extent where, of course, the larger benefit discussion can happen. And also importantly, lastly, Arunima, government also knows that if there is a discussion on the electoral, reforms, then there are various other issues which can be included, which of course then will include one nation, one poll. You will also have the, voter ID link, etc., and criminalization in politics. So these are the issues on which government will not have any issue, but opposition would really want to make sure that if that discussion happens, that's why they're pitching it for whatever you want to discuss, only on the SIR. If the discussion happen on the larger electoral reforms, they will stick to their guns with the SIR
The
only.
indication that I got after speaking to senior opposition leaders they also felt that the government's approach this time is a little different, and one BJP functionary actually said, what is the harm? The Supreme Court has given the go-ahead for SIR. Bihar election shows that there's nothing wrong with SIR, so why should government be on the back foot? But staying with SIR, there's breaking news that is just coming in as far as BJP and RSS sources are concerned. According to sources, the RSS BJP Vichar Pravah meeting in Lucknow yesterday discussed the SIR exercise. RSS leaders raised the issue of BJP MPs and MLAs reportedly not participating in the SIR process and said the party's elected representatives should take part, create awareness among people and also help them. Payal Mehta is the one who's getting us that information. Payal, any further details, insight?
Well, you would know that the BJP and the RSS combined are holding, workshops everywhere as far as the RSS awareness is concerned. Right from, Tamil Nadu to, in fact, Bengal to Lucknow and to Uttar Pradesh in particular as well. But there's been a little, unavailability as far as ministers are concerned in the states or MPs and MLAs as well. Therefore, the RSS urged that it is important that they ensure their maximum participation so that the opposition is designed to, in fact, create confusion on that can be held with. And that is something which has been the focus of the meeting. So, of course, in that meeting, you had UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, the two Deputy Chief Ministers, and the top leadership of the BJP and, of course, the RSS. BL Santosh, who's the General Secretary organization, he was also present in that meeting. So the message was very clear that we have to make sure that we educate people. We have to do away with the dirty design of the opposition parties that your vote will be snatched. People are expected to cite the example of Bihar when nothing really resonated on ground, nobody came complaining. So all of these things are going to be in the focus. Unlike the opposition parties, Arunima, the BJP is always well prepared. They do their homework well in advance, and it was very, very visible even in Bihar.
Right. Payal, thank you so much. Payal Mehta there telling us about how BJP and RSS is preparing. Pallavi, Aman, Arun, your views. Let's start.
So I'll ask Aman something. Aman, we all noticed when we all went to Bihar that there was one problem area with the Congress's agenda on SIR. They were somehow not able to communicate to the people on the ground that this can be an issue on which you can vote for. You think that way the BJP has been better prepared and will be better prepared, that SIR is a non-issue? Look at the Bihar results. Usi se saaf ho jata hai that people don't even care what the SIR issue is as an electoral issue.
See, I think, Pallavi, SIR seems to be more issue for Rahul Gandhi than for the people. See, Rahul Gandhi has latched on to this issue because I think he strongly believes that this is an issue on which he can corner the government. He sees as a Chaukidar Chor moment in 2019 with the old Rafale case, which failed. But he sees this chor and chori kind of a coinage that, Rahul Gandhi has taken a fancy to. It doesn't work against Narendra Modi. It hasn't worked in any election. But Rahul Gandhi still believes, and I think it takes some time for Rahul Gandhi to realize that an issue is not working. He doesn't give up an issue immediately. If you will agree with me on that. So I think he's still continuing. I would still see him continuing for at least one more year in Tamil Nadu elections, the West Bengal elections. He will continue harping on that. But the fact remains, and we all saw that in Bihar, that Bihar is such an astute political state. I think even one person's vote taken away in Bihar, that person would be out on the streets protesting. We didn't see anything of that sort. And I think on the ground, the SIR was not an issue. It has been proven by the election results as well. But still, I think what it has done is it has made parties like the Samajwadi Party, the DMK, even more fearful of the SIR because they feel that the Bihar election result has come in such a way because of the SIR removed so many voters. That's a strong belief in the opposition parties. And that is why they are, I think, aligning forces with the Congress to now make it like a national issue. But I don't think it really affects the people. There are many more issues which are affecting the people. Inflation is at an all-time low. The growth is good. So the government already has, I think, sail in its winds. It has 4 big election victories behind it now, and it has an economy going for it. Inflation is low. I think the government is all going for it, and that is why I think they're not agreeing to give this issue any more leverage inside the parliament.
Okay, Arun, Payal just told us that RSS seems to be of the opinion that MPs, MLAs are not doing enough. Why this reluctance? Overconfidence that, हमारे लोग तो ठीक है, उनका नाम तो आ ही रहा है.
Well, see, Arunima, initially it was told to all the MPs and MLAs that they will have to participate in the SIR exercise when it was actually launched. And now, of course, when this meeting, in fact, yesterday we broke about this, that Yogi Adityanath, RSS's Joint General Secretary Arun Kumar and BL Santosh, they all were part of this meeting in Uttar Pradesh. And now, of course, when you realize that things are not happening as you have planned, the participation is not that much. Probably that's the reason why you have the intervention of the likes of BL Santosh, a very powerful guy, General Secretary Organization of the BJP, Arun Kumar. They all were there along with the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, because Uttar Pradesh, of course, Arunima, is also undergoing the SIR exercise. So probably that's the reason why you see that this participation, call was very important. Now probably you will see that now, since Parliament is on, so MPs will be here. But of course you have the MLAs there in the state. They can help people there on the ground. And also if there are any issues or lack of awareness amongst the people, so those issues also can be resolved. So that's probably largely the agenda of the meeting that happened yesterday. And also importantly, you will have the organizational poll. Uttar Pradesh president is also going to be elected in coming few days. So names have been finalized by the team there. It has been sent to the top leadership here. So in coming 3-4 days, you will have that final name out. And then once the name is out, Arunima, next 10 days are going to be very, very crucial, because in those 10 days you will have, of course, the election of the national BJP president. That's also in all likelihood is going to take place.
BJP president by year end, you're saying?
Yes, that's the information which I have got few days back. Somebody was telling me about the 4 names which they have finalized for Uttar Pradesh. And then once that is finalized, then you will see that. So that's why I'm saying that next 10 days probably going to be very action-packed as far as BJP's Uttar Pradesh and the national president.
The auspicious period is also starting sometime.
So you may have things before that.
14 December is like right there. I mean,
that's why I think 10 more days to go.
Right there. I mean, that will be a big move, particularly even while the Parliament session is on. But opposition, I mean, are they still trying? Because Election Commission feels that they are on track. 99% of the forms have come back. The enumeration forms are all back. So this BLO protest, Sanjay Singh has given a notice. Others are giving notice as well. But unlike Bihar, will you, see a difference where again the column will come, objection from opposition parties, 0, claims and objections, 0. Is that how things are going?
Yesterday in the Parliament, Akhilesh Yadav told me that he's himself filled up the SIR form.
Okay.
So, that is very clear that the opposition parties also know. He was hinting to me, Akhilesh Yadav, after he gave his bite, that, our work is also now increased because we have to ensure our voters are part of the SIR. So we have to also, make our karyakartas go to our voters house to house and ensure that they have filled the form, because if they don't fill it up, they might get eliminated from the record. So I think opposition parties have also become very cognizant that the SIR exercise will happen. We can't stop it, and because the Supreme Court has given it a green signal.
I think there's a nuanced difference between, say, the Congress and TMC and the Samajwadi Party. The Congress is like, like that bull which just goes in. We can't see anything. Everything is wrong about SIR and Election Commission, because that's how Rahul Gandhi thinks. Mamata Banerjee's protests are a little bit more nuanced. She's also sometimes focusing on the suicide of the BLOs, don't commit suicide. She knows that SIR exercise has to be done, but what she's objecting to it is the way it's being done. Rahul Gandhi is objecting to the SIR itself. Samajwadi Party is saying, as like you correctly pointed out, Samajwadi Party is saying कि SIR करना है, I have also done it. So you're leading by example. Sometimes you don't have to start opposing. Delhi is also one of the places where the SIR is happening, right? So I'm going to wait to see. So far, Rahul Gandhi has not filled up the form. We'll wait to see whether he's going to fill up the form as well.
Little more time, because elections have just gotten over. Delhi and Maharashtra could take a little more time. But talking about the claims and objections, again, I'm asking you this because Election Commission is pointing this out. If you indeed think SIR is equal to vote chori, why are you not filing claims and objections? 0 was the column in Bihar all through till the last leg.
Rahul Gandhi did reply to this as press conference. He said, "आप चोर के पास जाके थोड़ी चोरी की बात करोगे, you will not complain about a theft to a thief. So why should we go to Election Commission and tell them that you are stealing our votes?" So that's his political narrative.
Who does Rahul Gandhi want to go to? Scotland Yard.
International travels hai aajkal Rahul Gandhi ka,
They went to Supreme Court and that didn't work for them. The petitioners are still trying very hard. But like Pallavi is pointing out, now I think it's more nuanced. And Election Commission too is smiling over it, because now the position is not that SIR should not happen. Now the position is, why are you pushing it through in this manner? Why are you not giving us enough time? So that's a nuanced position. But Bharatiya Janata Party appears very confident that this is one thing that is going in their favor. But there's the other big issue also, other than SIR, which is the Sanchar Sathi app. Pallavi broke this story on CNN News 18 yesterday that the Department of Telecommunication has sent a notice to all mobile handset owners that if you own a handset, you will have to install that app at the stage of starting your phone. Pallavi?
Yeah, so basically it's like an Aadhaar card of the mobile phones. All of us have it. This is the IMEI number. That's the unique identity number. So if your phone is stolen, or you lose it, that's the number which you can use to track it down. Now, what the government is worried about, and especially the Red Fort blast and all of those things, what they're worried about is, one, the cyber security angle, the second is national security angle. In many countries, especially in India also, 3-tier towns, small villages, many of us also, we use second-hand phones. They feel it's difficult to track down who's using the phone.
Delete that EMI number first.
So they don't want that to happen. So they don't want that to happen.
Because you have this app.
Yeah,
so you
now you have that app. Yes,
people can
absolutely. So now you have that app, you cannot delete it. So now all of us will have to take this app. Now, those of us who already have bought a mobile phones, and we have to download it, or rather our manufacturers will push it into our mobile handsets. The new ones within 90 days will certainly have to do this, and this is where the opposition parties are crowning foul. Big Brother, Pegasus Plus, Pegasus 2.0, but the government is saying no, this is only to ensure your national security.
Yeah, in fact, that's the breaking news that we have. This is what government sources are telling Pallavi Ghosh. This is the information. After opposition is calling it Pegasus Plus, government sources revealed to CNN News 18 that this step is important for cyber and national security, as well as avoid duplication of unique identity IMEI. So they are citing national security, especially in light of what has happened at Red Fort. There is a new worry that Red Fort type modules might be using encrypted signals, encrypted platforms, phones which have been compromised, phones which are out of the national security loop. So Pallavi, that's the worry in government. Whatever the opposition's criticism, this is why the government is justifying it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think let's see how it plays out, because so far no notices have been given inside the parliament on this issue. And that is because they want to keep the focus on SIR. But the government is worried. There are lots of stories about digital arrests, your cyber security and all of that. All of this is something which the government is saying that we need to now make it easy through this app to track down. You have no choice. But the problem over here, what is happening is, and could happen is, for example, Apple. Yeah. Apple is always against any third party, kind of embedment of any kind of an app or thing. How will they resist it?
Well, it's a big question. How will Apple agree to install an app in their new phones?
Apple is this, right?
Exactly, that you can't track anything through Apple.
Tehseen Poonawala put it out that what are the permissions that this app is seeking? You're seeking permission to track the SMS. You're seeking permission to track your microphone, your camera, except for location. Every other thing, even your gallery. So then that's a security concern.
Already there are so many concerns over there are so many concerns over privacy as well. Existing. I think also one point is there that if we already have the phone and we are supposed to, what if I don't update the app? Will government come and check my phone whether I've updated the app or not? Will they shut your phone down?
What they told the manufacturers is that you put it into such a way that we don't have an option of not updating it. It's going to be automatic. Like very often, Apple case, some of their, the apps and all of that becomes automatically updated.
But a big question is that have the stakeholders been consulted before such an order has been taken out?
This is something Supreme Court has upheld.
But still, Arunima, we have few phones beside iPhone which has certain apps which you can't delete. Like MI, Vivo.
So they may, and this also is the thing.
These phones have certain apps which you can't.
So even this, you are not going to be.
They may call it something else,
but you will not be able to delete. So then imagine.
Clearly, the opposition.
No, those apps. MI, Oppo have certain apps which you can't delete. They say it's a software something here and there, but
no, I think
they have the access of it.
The privacy versus security debate is how this will be framed, and my guess is it will ultimately be in the Supreme Court, High Court arena for them to decide. But here in the winter session of the Parliament, do you see this dominating the next few days? Even Karti Chidambaram has tweeted.
Champions of privacy, I think Priyanka Chaturvedi, Karti Chidambaram, Aditya Thackeray have already come out and made very strong statements. In fact, KC Venugopal Kejriwal from the Congress party has put out the Congress point of view also, calling it a snooping and a Pegasus 2.0. So I think the opposition certainly is not on the board with this idea. And as I said, have adequate consultations been done? Have the stakeholders been consulted before this? I don't know. So far what we have is an order from the Ministry of Communications. We'll have to wait and see what the minister, maybe Jyotiraditya Scindia, has to say on this, because there's so much pushback to this exercise. And I think Jyotiraditya Scindia, I remember him doing many press conferences on the success of this particular app. He in fact has said that through this app, we have been able to stop so many frauds. We have been able to eliminate fake numbers, which were in existence. So this app has been a big success for the government so far. But this particular step to mandatorily install it in every phone through the manufacturer or through the consumer who already has a phone, I think will raise many question marks, and let's see what the government has to say in that
And
respect.
also there is no choice that is being given. I mean, it's correct that a lot of senior citizens are falling prey to digital arrest and cyber scam. You could have given them the choice that this is one thing that can protect you, but by making it compulsory, are you violating that privacy concern that people have?
We have to see that, Arunima, but the fact here is that we have people who have actually suffered through these digital scams, and probably that could be the reasoning behind this decision of the government, because there are multiple calls which people receive these days, and that is happening because of these SIM cards, and you have the second-hand mobile phones where you change the IMEI number and there is no details of those things. And sometimes what happens that you have given your documents to various places. You don't know that somebody else would have taken number under your documents. Through this app, you would also be able to know how many numbers are running under your name, under your identity. So there are various features. Of course, we'll have to see what exactly
justification would be the Red Fort Blast. That is tracking down the IMEI number. Like people, like you said, deleting. Some people deleted. That is what they want to avoid.
There are so many scams, Palu, which is happening. People are calling and saying that I'm calling from this place, and money is being looted. We don't know.
Let me play the devil's advocate here. Let me play the devil's advocate here. There is a register, do not disturb register, which is supposed to. That's what. Which is supposed to stop me from pesky calls. That do not delete, do not disturb register is something that the government only initiated. Does it work? No. Even if I block numbers, there'll be 10, 20 calls. I mean, if this is the way that the government is proceeding to stop people from pesky and harassing calls, the first step itself has not worked, and now you're going a step further.
To be fair, I think we should give Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia a chance also to explain, because there are two sides to it. When it comes to national security, I think many people will think, fine. I mean, let's understand the nuances of the app. There's a Sanchar Sathi app, whether how much of it can help track down. No one wants another blast, right? So that's what the government is going to say. That national security is supreme. Let's not compromise.
Yeah, but again, security versus privacy is, I think, how the opposition is framing it. Right?
Absolutely. I think privacy is also a very important point, and let's see, because as I said, consultation with stakeholders is extremely important. Have the leading mobile manufacturers, Apple, Samsung, have they been consulted?
But he has been meeting. I mean, the ministry officials have been meeting the manufacturers, the stakeholders. On a hindsight, I think it could have been possibly about this.
But what, Pallavi, did you get an input that immediately after Red Fort Blast, the accelerator was pressed?
The release, the app is already running.
No, after Red Fort, did they press on the accelerator?
Now they've made it mandatory. They released it yesterday also. They re-released it. These things are being updated, and now the manufacturers, essentially it's more notification from the manufacturers that you have to get going. You have to ensure that this app is inbuilt in the new mobile phone.
And you have to give a compliance report also.
Yes, within 120 days, compliance report, within 90 days. So I think Arun is going to buy a new phone, and so is Aman, and they are going to have the Sanchar Sathi.
No, we have Apple, so we don't know if Apple is going to agree or not. First, that is the $1 million question.
You've seen this, be it Apple or be it X, all these platforms which are based outside of the country, they have to have compliance because of the law of the land. But they have gone to the court and said that they're not happy doing it. So that's my suspicion, that opposition might, so far no notice as yet, but opposition might do halla gulla here, but ultimately it will be in the judiciary where this matter could be decided. That's what I feel.
Because right now probably they do not want to shift focus away from SIR.
That's why since morning, no notices have been given on this issue at all.
Also maybe they may want some more clarification from the government side. Once that's out, then.
And today is the protest. There is the big protest which is taking place at 10:30 a.m. So I think every opposition party certainly wouldn't want that diversion. For all you know, that BJP would want the attention to be diverted, but BJP is very fixed on a part.
And all of us are wanting to rush in. Pallavi, Aman are already, half up from their chair because that protest is about to begin and they have to go cover that as well. All of us will get you inside details from the Parliament. Pallavi, Aman, Payal and I will be inside. Arun Thanta will be keeping an eye here from what is really happening. But we will keep you abreast about all developments from the Parliament House.
This is
सैल्यूट है जी। आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं और आप देश के अंदर। सैल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अनुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
So, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Khalida Zia's party thanks PM Modi for message on critically ill leader. The BNP expressed sincere gratitude to Prime Minister Modi for his message wishing Khalida Zia's speedy recovery. This is breaking news that is coming in, and then she has been placed on ventilation. Khalida Zia, as we know, she has been placed on ventilation and remains under the supervision of a medical team that includes specialists from abroad. This comes after Prime Minister expressed concern over Khalida Zia's health and said India wishes her speedy recovery. And India is also ready to help them out. We have seen in News 18, Siddhant Mishra joining us live right now. Siddhant, how does BNP view this gesture from Prime Minister Modi? Is it like just a diplomatic thaw or strictly a humanitarian message with no political implications?
No, definitely. It was a message which was posted by Prime Minister Modi yesterday on X, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi writes on X that he is deeply concerned to learn about the health of Begum Khalida Zia. In fact, Prime Minister also writes that India stands ready to extend all possible support in whatever way we can. In fact, Sukanya, Khalida Zia is on ventilator. In fact, her health is deteriorating. It's a massive concern for her followers, not only in Bangladesh, but also her well-wishers here in India. So Prime Minister writes on X showing his concern and extended support to her family. Now, Sukanya, the message is clear from Indian side that India engages with all stakeholders in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a brotherly neighboring country. Whether it's Khalida Zia or whether it's Sheikh Hasina, India has always extended help and support to the leadership in Bangladesh, except the extremist and fundamentalist forces in Bangladesh. Point number one. Now, we also
have breaking news coming in that Vijay Mallya has hit out at government after government statement in Parliament on money owed by him. Asks, how long will the GOI and PSU banks hoodwink me and the public? He has demanded judge-led probe and called out rupees 4,000 crore discrepancy in government banks' recovery claims. We have CNN News 18's Aman Sharma joining us live. Aman, what evidence is Vijay Mallya citing to allege the 4,000 crore discrepancy in the government and PSU banks' recovery figures? And has he previously, most importantly, communicated these claims to any regulatory or judicial authority?
Well, Sukanya, see, as per the reading I have done of the government reply, Vijay Mallya seems to be misreading the government figures, rather fudging them in his tweet that is put out. Vijay Mallya is claiming that the government has already recovered rupees 15,094 crore rupees from him, but actually the government reply.
Welcome back to CNN News 18. Thank you so much for staying with us. Here's a look at all the other developments that we're tracking for you right now. After the first round of breakfast meeting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his deputy DK Shivkumar, it is now time for Truth Talks 2.0. Shivkumar invited Siddaramaiah to his residence, saying, "Me and the Chief Minister continue to work together as a team," while the Chief Minister insisted that the party in the state is 100% united. This, of course, as you know, in the backdrop of speculations rife on whether there is some sort of a power tussle ongoing. Despite these assurances, much of course depends on the Congress High Command and the decision that they take, as the party maintains that all is well internally. All eyes now remain on the High Command to ensure unity and smooth functioning ahead of the upcoming political challenges.
ಮಂಗಳವಾರ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಕರೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವತ್ತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದರು.
The much awaited winter session is beginning in Belagavi. So people are looking forward for that session to take up very serious issues, and government is still embroiled in its own conflict, in its own confusion. I think Congress as a responsible ruling party is not exhibiting its responsibility. It should be responsible. It should stop this dramabazi, and it should make it very clear about the leadership and face the session and really bring solutions to the people's burning issues.
All right, for more on this, we're now being joined by Harish Upadhyay. Of course, first tell us where you are, and if you could just show us around. And we've seen this sort of a similar interaction, this breakfast interaction earlier as well. What are we really expecting this time around?
Well, we are right outside DK Shivkumar's house, and you had the Deputy Chief Minister who just stepped out a few minutes back just to check the preparations and perhaps also receive the Chief Minister, who's likely to be here in a short while from now. Remember, this is coming in days after a breakfast meeting that happened at the Chief Minister's residence, and now this is seen more as a courtesy visit or a reciprocal visit by the Chief Minister. Not much of a breakthrough that can be expected in this particular breakfast meeting. Remember, a lot of discussion happened at the breakfast meeting that happened at the Chief Minister's house, but with the Chief Minister making it very clear that any decision on leadership change or any solution to this power tussle will come in only once the Congress High Command decides on the matter. Not much can be expected. This is significant because this is the first visit of the Chief Minister or Siddaramaiah to DK Shivkumar's house ever since he joined Congress. Remember, Siddaramaiah joined Congress in 2006. After that, he's never
and there, of
reached
course, we're
DK
also
Shivkumar's
getting
house.
the live visuals. You're outside his residence there. We can see DK Shivkumar outside, perhaps waiting to welcome the Chief Minister as well. And we also have with us Afreen, who has been bringing us all the updates on this. Afreen, of course, we do know that this is being viewed as a temporary truce of sorts, perhaps, or at least that's what's being projected. What remains to be seen is really what's on the menu for this breakfast meeting, the second one that we're seeing right now.
Yes, absolutely, Him. And it's also expected that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is going to make the move soon. He is going to move from his residence to DK Shivkumar's residence. The gates are being cleared here for the Chief Minister's convoy to move. I'm here at the Chief Minister's residence at the gate here. I will be showing you the visuals as and when he moves from here.
Absolutely, Afreen. Let me just go back to Harish, who is also tracking this outside of DK Shivkumar's home for us. Now, of course, they are saying that there is going to be no confusion going forward, something that has been said by the High Command as well. They've asked them to put an end to this confusion once and for all. The reported 2023 sort of power sharing formula that keeps coming up in conversations as well. Do you think all's well right now?
Well, all is definitely not well, and perhaps what you're seeing now is an uneasy calm of sorts, because there was that phone call that was made from none other than KC Venugopal to both these leaders, and they've been told very clearly that there can't be any bickering in public, and that's why that meeting, that breakfast meeting that happened, and now this visit by the Chief Minister to DK Shivkumar's house. But one thing has become very clear. Both these individuals are not budging from their stance. The Chief Minister is very clear that he will continue as the Chief Minister till the time that the High Command tells him to step aside. And he also has indicated that he's somebody who enjoys the popular support within the Congress legislature party. On the other hand, you have DK Shivkumar, who's been consistently pushing, saying that in 2023, a power sharing deal was in fact reached, and that's why he decided to become the Deputy Chief Minister. And now that this government has finished 2.5 years, Siddaramaiah should gracefully step aside and make way for him. But there is some bit of a consensus now on how both these leaders have now said that next move has to come in from the Congress High Command. It is the Congress High Command which has to tell Siddaramaiah to step aside, and only then can DK Shivkumar take over. And that's what even the Chief Minister has reiterated multiple times over the last several weeks. So clearly, with the High Command not willing to intervene at this point in time, this stalemate is likely to continue.
Right, absolutely. We are at an impasse here. As you mentioned, both remain very adamant and both bring their own set of issues as well as experience and their assets that they do bring to this party as well. When we look at DK Shivkumar, of course, he's seen as someone who's a troubleshooter, who's been loyal to the party as well. And then with Siddaramaiah, there's of course the element of experience that he brings. That being said, when we talk about the High Command, something that we keep circling back to, what do you think the perceptions are like within the ranks when it comes to the both of them?
Hey, Ajay is just left now from his house there. Brother.
All right. Harish, if you can hear me.
CM Barbeko. Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, so I was just wanting to understand what the perceptions are within the Congress High Command. The decision really just relies on them at this point when it comes to the two of them, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar.
Well, it's a tightrope walk for the Congress High Command. Remember, clearly Siddaramaiah is somebody who enjoys mass support, he enjoys popular support within the Congress legislature party. But having said that, there are various things to consider. For example, the Chief Minister joined Congress in 2006 and he spent nearly 19 years in the party, out of which 17 years he's enjoyed power in different positions, whether as the Chief Minister for a tenure of around 7.5 years now, or as the leader of opposition for around 8.5 years, or the chairperson of the coordination committee when a Congress JDS government was in power. There is a sense within the old-time congressman that here is a man who joined the party in 2006 and all along enjoyed power, and that is a rarity in the party. There are several others who spent decades together working for the party. For example, DK Shivkumar himself, he's somebody who's spent time in the Congress party and worked for the party since late or mid-80s, and he's now saying that at multiple points I've proven my loyalty for the Congress party, whether it's in the election of Ahmed Patel to the Rajya Sabha. Remember when Gujarat MLAs had to be brought in here, kept at the Eagleton Resort and ensured there was no horse trading, ensuring Ahmed Patel's victory and entry into Rajya Sabha. Or when he's multiple times reiterated that central agencies had pushed him to join the BJP and assured him that the cases would be removed, he still continued within the Congress party. He's known as a chief troubleshooter, and somewhere that loyalty has to be rewarded is his argument. Not just that, remember in 2023 when the Congress came to power, he was the Congress president, he was the KPCC president, somebody who's ensured that the party organization worked efficiently. Not just that, funding of an election is also a crucial aspect, and he's taken care of that, and he's now saying that when the deal was reached in 2003, it's time that that deal that was made in 2023 is honored and he be given the Chief Minister's post. Even as we speak, the Chief Minister's convoy just making its way towards towards the Deputy Chief Minister's house. That white car that you're seeing right now, that's what is carrying the Chief Minister, just about to enter DK Shivkumar's house here at Sadashiv Nagar, a posh locality in Bengaluru. And the Chief Minister accompanied by his team, but no other leaders. Remember, this was the scene at the Chief Minister's house as well. It was made very clear that this breakfast meeting or the meeting that will happen has to be only between these two leaders. There can't be any supporters or other MLAs. And today as well, the Chief Minister not accompanied by any other MLAs or leaders. It's just him who's come in with his personal secretary, nobody else. So the Congress High Command has made its effort to ensure that these two leaders meet at least a couple of times and try and see if the scenario can be sorted out or if the stalemate can be sorted out. The first one has gone ahead smoothly at Chief Minister's residence. The second one now happening at the Deputy Chief Minister's house, but unlikely that there will be any breakthrough or any end to this stalemate. As you rightly mentioned, this is something that now has to be decided by the Congress High Command. Does the Congress High Command want to intervene at this juncture? Remember, this is coming in at a time when they've been defeated in Bihar. They are looking at mounting pressure on the union government over the issue of SIR and have a massive rally on the 14th. The parliament session is on. When all this is happening, perhaps the Congress High Command wouldn't want an additional headache or additional issue for them, which perhaps acts as a diversion or adds to their misery in terms of what they have to deal with. And that's the reason even now both these leaders are very keen on going to Delhi, meeting the High Command, but they've been told very clearly that right now perhaps the High Command won't be able to engage with them, and they've been told that perhaps it's time that the initial conversation happens between two people who matter the most, that's DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah.
All right, now Afreen, let me come to you on that as well. We can see that Siddaramaiah has reached DK Shivakumar's residence right now. This is going to be the second breakfast meeting that is going to take place. That being said, beyond the theatrics, Afreen, what we're seeing right now, perhaps these are being seen by the High Command at least as some sort of an ice-breaking session between the two of them. Let's talk about the optics of this as well. If you remember, we were discussing this earlier when Priyank Kharge had said that the media is really reading in between lines. This was when the social media war of words had broken out. Everything is pretty much out there for everyone to see. The confusion very much remains within the ranks of the Congress at this point. All depends on the High Command's decision. What do you think they're trying to achieve by doing this?
Well, absolutely, Haim. The previous breakfast meeting between Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar, a key point that DK Shivakumar made was that, when the High Command asked him to wait earlier to be made a minister, he waited. And he said,
all right. I believe we seem to be having an issue with Afreen's line there. Harish, let me come to you on the same question. Let's talk about the theatrics and the optics about surrounding this as well. We're seeing this other meeting that's taking place right now. We very much know what's going on behind the scenes, at least for the most part. We don't know what sort of a formula is in place, what sort of a secret deal is in place. Those details remain under wraps right now. Yes. But when you talk about the optics of these two breakfast meetings, what are they trying to achieve?
Well, perhaps the message that the Congress High Command wants to send through Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar is that everything is fine within the Karnataka government. They're saying that there was no bickering. Remember, it had reached an ugly flashpoint where ex-handles of both these individuals started putting out veiled or cryptic tweets. You had DK Shivakumar who started it perhaps by talking about how word is power and talking about how one should keep their promise, and then later on you had the Chief Minister taking to his X platform talking about how the promise was made for the people of Karnataka. It wasn't a mere slogan but a promise made for a full 5-year term. Many seeing that as Siddaramaiah once again reiterating that he wants to finish his full 5-year term. And eventually you had the Congress High Command intervening, KC Venugopal in fact ensuring that he has a telephonic conversation with both these leaders and then got them to meet. And after that we have seen both these leaders avoiding making any statement that perhaps could add to this entire controversy, or their social media teams posting anything that can be read as a cryptic post with each of them taking a dig at other. And post that we have seen the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister himself coming out blaming the media and the opposition, saying that this is all created by the media and the opposition, but forgetting the fact that it started with the Chief Minister, his team going in for a cabinet reshuffle, DK Shivakumar and his team reaching Delhi, some of his loyalist MLAs camping in Delhi, pushing for clarity, pushing for the Congress High Command to reward DK Shivkumar for his loyalty and the hard work that he's put in for the Congress party. All that played out in the open, but still you had the DCM and the Chief Minister coming out and blaming the media and the opposition for it, forgetting the fact that this entire drama played out in front of cameras in Bengaluru and Delhi, and the Congress AICC chairperson himself, Mallikarjun Kharge, who came out and said that there is confusion and there needs to be an end to it, and he would ensure that there is a meeting between all the people required to hold this meeting and decide and then put an end to that confusion. So you had the AICC chairman himself conceding that there is confusion in the state and there needs to be an end to it.
Absolutely. Now hold that thought. Of course, I'm going to come back to you on that one as well. We also are getting some reactions which are now coming in for this. Let's listen to them first.
Settlement, whatever has happened over the month or so, as suggested by the High Command, they are meeting for the second time. I think all the issues are settled.
Pizza on breakfast in CMO, sir. What is the necessary on DCM in House?
No, it's just reciprocal. That's all. Nothing else. Siddaramaiah ji had called Shivakumar, and now Shivakumar has called Siddaramaiah ji. So, it's just a nice development. We see as a nice development.
Why the CM and DCM are only doing the breakfast? Why the not cabinet and why the other?
No, we'll do. We normally have the CLP meeting, and CLP meeting we normally have dinners after the meeting, and that's about it. So there is nothing wrong in it, and we also feel that everything is going smoothly.
All right, there we heard that reaction as well, that this is just a reciprocal breakfast meet that we're seeing right now. Of course, now, Afreen, let me just come to you on this. Harish and I were also discussing that entire war of words that broke out on X right now. Then my question is, when everything was played out like that, so publicly out for the all people to see, do you think we're really just, the Congress High Command is perhaps just relying on the naivety of the people to take these breakfast meetings as a sign that all's well? And do you think that's going to work?
Well, absolutely, Him. That's the Congress High Command's plan as of now, their first step of intervention, to make sure that the people of the state know that everything is fine between the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister, the top two leaders of the state, who's ruling the people, who's come to power for 140 seats. Now, public bickering was something that we've been witnessing over the past few weeks after the, public tussle that came to light between both the leaders. Now, the High Command looks at these particular breakfast meetings as a way of telling the people that everything is fine between the two leaders. There is no power tussle as of now. The apparent jovial and, the very cordial mood between, something that we also noticed during the previous breakfast meeting, both of them smiling and both of them talking very cordially to the media, telling all of us that, they are united. There are no differences between them. They have been united and there were no differences. This is something that the media has created, the opposition has created, and they're going to come out. They've come out and, put up a very strong united front. But this is something that looks very temporary, that looks like a patch-up. The High Command has asked both the leaders to stay put until they take a final decision. And that's the reason why we heard both of them say that ultimately it's the High Command that needs to make a decision. And they're going to abide by whatever the High Command says.
All right, Afreen, thank you so much for that. Now, let me just quickly bring in Harish in this as well. Now, Harish, if you could just show us around a little bit what's happening right now, because I keep seeing that bouquet of flowers on the visuals that we're getting right now from outside the residence of DK Shivkumar as well. Afreen is calling this a temporary patch-up. Would you really call it that?
Well, nothing much expected from this meeting, as we've been telling that unlikely that there'll be any breakthrough as such. We'll just get you a glimpse of what's happening even as we speak inside DK Shivkumar's house. You have everyone who's been kept outside. What we do understand is that this is a meeting that will happen purely between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Perhaps the family members of DK Shivkumar only there to ensure that anybody needs any help they're given there in terms of the breakfast and anything else that they need at the table, but clearly no other leaders involved. But what is important to mention here is what has happened at the Chief Minister's house when that breakfast meeting happened last week. There was an honest conversation both these leaders have had. Both these leaders have stated what's in their heart, and both these leaders have made it very clear that it's the Chief Minister's seat. Siddaramaiah wants to continue in that. You have the the Deputy Chief Minister who's come out and said that this agreement that was reached upon in 2023 needs to be honoured, and both of them really being continuing to be not willing to budge from their stance. With that being the case, now it's reached the High Command. The High Command doesn't want to intervene now. What are the options in front of these leaders and the High Command? Perhaps the Congress High Command would want to buy a little more time. What are they looking at? There are several aspects to be considered. December 8th is the winter session of the Karnataka legislature. Perhaps the time now is very less for the Congress High Command to go in for a change in leadership. Will they convey that to DK Shivakumar, or will they let this continue for a few more weeks and then look at intervening sometime in January? Because that's a 2-week session that starts in December 8th, and the Congress will also be busy with the ongoing parliamentary session. And remember, there is also a big rally that they're planning for SIR and intensifying their struggle against SIR, which will happen around the 2nd week or 3rd week of December. So with all being the case, unlikely that the Congress High Command will intervene now. And at the same time, DK Shivakumar not relenting, continuing to mount pressure on the Congress High Command and Siddaramaiah. Although this is not happening in public over the last few days, both these leaders not willing to budge from their stance. What will now happen is the cabinet reshuffle that the Chief Minister was pushing for will go to the back burner. That won't happen anytime soon. At the same time, with the session starting, both these leaders have to put up a united front, because the opposition will try to pin the government over how the governance has taken a huge hit because of this confusion that has been persisting for the last several weeks, and they will try to ensure that the government is on the back foot. How can the Siddaramaiah government counter the opposition on that is also something that will have to be seen. Not just that, beginning of mid-December till Jan-mid, you will have an inauspicious time, which is not something that is considered auspicious, or none of these leaders would want to make any big move during that time. So it's almost a ceasefire of sorts, at least for a month after that, till mid-Jan. And by then, Siddaramaiah would have ended up becoming the longest serving Chief Minister in Karnataka.
All right, Mr. Ashok Gowda is now joining us from the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we're seeing this meeting, Breakfast 2.0, that's playing out between the two. This, of course, is an effort to let all people know that all's well. Whether that message will resonate with people or not, that remains to be seen. What's your assessment?
See, good morning. All is well. All is well. All is well is just a slogan by Congress party as of today. It is never going to be all right. Even if the CM changes also, there will be another rebellion camp which will come out. And after that rebellion camp comes out, they will be asking for all the scams which will be done by the DK Shivakumar if he becomes a Chief Minister, or if anybody else becomes a Chief Minister, whatever the issues will come up. So, meaning to say, the Congress party's DNA itself is that, they do not want to stabilize and they do not want to contribute for the development of the state. They are always fighting for the power, and power struggle is there in their DNA. And why do they fight for a power struggle? It is not for the welfare of the people, but only for the welfare of themselves, and to supply money to their high command and make Karnataka as their ATM. And completely they have spoiled in these 2.5 years, in the 31 months, they have spoiled the economy of the Karnataka, whether it is economy or today in the paper report says that there are 558 pothole deaths in Karnataka. It's a shocking relevance, saying that this is the kind of the potholes which are there, and this is the deaths which has taken place, and who is going to answer this? Instead of answering for all these things, they are enjoying their breakfast, they are enjoying their meal, whether it is idli or chicken sakari, we don't know. But will they answer these 558 deaths which has happened because of the pothole?
Right, you're absolutely right. Sir, thank you so much for joining us with your insights on this as well. And with that, we're going to very quickly slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere though. News and updates are going to continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
This is News.
So breaking news coming in. India rejects Pak airspace's denial claims for Sri Lanka aid. India has granted rapid clearance for Pakistan's aid flight carrying relief material to cyclone-hit Sri Lanka, firmly rejecting baseless and misleading claims circulating in Pakistani media that New Delhi had denied permission to use its airspace. Officials confirmed that the request for overflight was submitted by Pakistan, seeking same-day permission to fly over Indian airspace. Given the purpose of the request to provide humanitarian assistance to Sri Lanka, India processed the request with exceptional speed. Officials emphasized that this clearance was a purely humanitarian gesture made despite Pakistan maintaining a ban on Indian Airlines' use of its airspace. So, Siddhant, back to you. I'm not going to go ahead and ask you why they peddled the fake news, because that is what Islamabad has been doing since time immemorial. But do you think India can expect now moving forward Pakistan to reciprocate this humanitarian consideration? Because I remember back in May, this Indigo flight has had experienced severe turbulence and the pilot had sought permission to use Pakistani airspace to avoid it, but the request was denied.
Yeah, that's right, Sukanya. In fact, time and again, Indian side, whenever needed, had requested for permission to use the Pakistani airspace in the past as well. But those permissions were turned down by the Pakistani authorities. I very clearly remember there was this incident which you just pointed out, and then there were several other incidents also in the past where the humanitarian aid was to be sent to some country. I don't remember the case specifically. But in this particular case, Sukanya, the official request for overflight was submitted by Pakistan to India at around 1300 hours, seeking permission to fly over Indian airspace. That is on 1st of December, which is yesterday. Now, given the fact that the request pertained to humanitarian assistance to Sri Lanka, Government of India expeditiously cleared the request and intimated the Government of Pakistan at 1730 hours through official channel. It was processed at the shortest notice period of 4 hours. Now, this gesture from India, despite Pakistan having banned its airspace for Indian airlines, was considered purely on the humanitarian grounds. Even Indian side has extended full support to Sri Lanka. All the three forces have been pressed in. They are into the rescue operation. In fact, the president and the leadership of Sri Lanka is thankful to the Indian government. So now, India
We have breaking news coming in that Vijay Mallya has hit out at government after government statement in Parliament on money owed by him. Asks, how long will the GOI and PSU banks hoodwink me and the public? He has demanded judge-led probe and called out rupees 4,000 crore discrepancy in government banks' recovery claims. We have CNN News 18's Aman Sharma joining us live. Aman, what evidence is Vijay Mallya citing to allege the 4,000 crore discrepancy in the government and PSU banks' recovery figures? And has he previously, most importantly, communicated these claims to any regulatory or judicial authority?
Well, Sukanya, see, as per the reading I have done of the government reply, Vijay Mallya seems to be misreading the government figures, rather fudging them in his tweet that is put out. Vijay Mallya is claiming that the government has already recovered rupees 15,094 crore rupees from him. But actually, the government reply in Parliament, which has come yesterday, says only rupees 14,180 crore rupees has been recovered from Vijay Mallya. In fact, what Vijay Mallya is citing is a February report of the government earlier this year in which this rupees 15,994 crore figure was cited, but that 15,994.
Welcome back to CNN News 18 with me, Hem Kaur Suraya. Thank you so much for staying on with us. Here's a quick look at what we're tracking for you at this hour. After the SIR debate demand wipes out day 1 of winter session, opposition moves suspension notice on day 2 too. Government orders pre-installation of Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphones to fight fake phones and cybercrime. Opposition warns against the government's overreach, tags Sanchar Sathi app surveillance tool unconstitutional. Siddaramaiah DK Shivkumar breakfast meet at DK Shivkumar's residence. End to the Karnataka power tussle? That remains the big question. Tensions erupt within Mahayuti after Nilesh Rane accused ally BJP of attempting to bribe voters ahead of the civic polls. Booked for rape and forced abortion, suspended Congress MLA Rahul Mamakuthathil on the run. All right, after the first round of breakfast meeting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his deputy DK Shivkumar, this was the morning for breakfast meet 2.0. Shivkumar invited Siddaramaiah to his residence. These were the visuals that we got this morning from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. He invited Siddaramaiah to his residence saying, "Me and the Chief Minister continue to work together as a team," while the Chief Minister insisted that the party in the state is 100% united. So these were the visuals that we got of this breakfast meeting this morning that is still underway, and it remains to be seen if there's going to be any sort of a breakthrough, though that is not expected at this point. Harish is live with us. He's been covering all of the developments from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. Harish, of course, we've been discussing this. There's not going to be a breakthrough. We know that, at least for now, we think that's what's going to happen. Pretty much it all just relies, the Congress High Command is relying on the optics and the theatrics of this meeting, the second meeting. We heard some of the reactions that were coming in as well. People saying this is only reciprocal. So really what happens going forward remains very much up in the air at this point also.
Well, even as we speak, that breakfast meeting is on. We are coming to you live from outside DK Shivkumar's house. The meeting is on. Everybody else has been kept out. It's only DK Shivkumar's family members, including DK Suresh and a few others who are inside, and the Chief Minister, of course, nobody else. The message was very clear that no other leader should be present. Only these two leaders should have an atmosphere where they can discuss and try and see if they can sort out this issue. That was the scenario at the Chief Minister's house as well when this meeting happened last week. The same here at DK Shivkumar's house as well. But few things have changed. One, there has been extensive conversation that happened at the Chief Minister's residence. Both these leaders indicating that they do not want to budge from their stance. The Chief Minister saying that if DK Shivkumar really wants to become the Chief Minister, the message has to come in from the Congress High Command. Only then will he step aside. He enjoys the popular support within the Congress legislature party. DK Shivkumar, on the other hand, making it very clear that this was a promise made not just by the High Command, but the Chief Minister as well, in front of KC Venugopal, Mr. Surjewala, Rahul Gandhi, various others, Mallikarjun Kharge, who back then as well was AICC President, and in front of them, you had Chief Minister making that promise. This was understanding that was reached, and now it's time for the Chief Minister to ensure that he steps aside. But clearly there has been a stalemate, no change in stance from both these people. The only thing that has changed over the weekend or so is that these leaders have refrained from commenting in public. It's only that they're coming out and blaming the media and the opposition, saying that this is a confusion created by both of them and not really there is no confusion in reality is what they've tried to say. But clearly all this played out in front of the cameras. In fact, Afreen has been closely tracking this story as well. Afreen, we've seen uneasy calm over the weekend, and with the High Command unlikely to intervene, and the session starting on the 8th of December. Do you see anything changing at all?
But Harish, I don't think that anything is going to change moving forward, because like you rightly mentioned that the winter session of the Legislative Assembly is going to begin in Belgavi, and also the Parliament session is on in Delhi. So the High Command is most likely not to intervene, not to give them time, both the leaders, even if they want to meet with the High Command or go to Delhi. That's something that, is...
All right, Afreen and Harish, thank you so much for bringing us those updates. Of course, stay with us. These are the visuals that we're getting from inside DK Shivkumar's residence as well. This is the second breakfast meeting. Let me just emphasize that we are not expecting any breakthroughs, not at least at this point. However, these are the visuals that we've gotten right now from the meeting that is being held today, which is underway today. Now, we also have with us Pallavi Ghosh. Thank you so much for joining us, Pallavi. Of course, we've been discussing this since morning with Afreen and Harish as well. I want to ask you, do you think right now the Congress High Command is very much relying on the naivety of the people to just take this as a sign that all's okay and forget about it?
I think the Congress High Command wants that message to be sent across to the people that everything is fine. Look, we have to understand that today Parliament session is going to see a mega protest by all the opposition parties, particularly the Congress party, in another half an hour's time. Apart from that, on 14th of December is going to be the mega rally at the Ramlila Maidan by Rahul Gandhi on the SIR issue. And why I'm saying this is because Rahul Gandhi has made it very clear, I don't want anything to happen which can divert attention from the issues we want to raise against the government. So if you keep on talking about the Karnataka tussle, if you keep on hearing comments coming in from both the camps, it's just going to embolden the BJP, one, to take pot shots at the Karnataka government, and second, it is also going to help them divert attention from the questions we want to raise over the SIR issue. That is why the High Command has stepped in. It has insisted that the two of them need to meet and sort it out first. No public statements must be made. And these are the pictures which I think the central leadership is going to be extremely happy with. The second round of breakfast meeting. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a closure to the infighting between the two camps. But for now, certainly the High Command hopes that it has been put on abeyance on the back burner and a lid has been put on the public spat which we often saw between the two sides.
All right, of course, Afreen and Harish, let me just come back to you again. What Pallavi said as well seems very much like they don't want any distractions at this point. They're just biding time. Something, Harish, you were mentioning earlier as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Perhaps the High Command now wants to buy some more time, but the question is what are the factors that will play out or to be considered over the next few weeks or days. Remember, as I mentioned, December 8th is when the winter session begins. And can the High Command resolve this before that? Unlikely. Second or third week of December, you have the Congress High Command itself occupied with their agitation against SIR. And the Parliament will be on. And the Karnataka legislature will also be on. At the same time, what is important is also the fact that the inauspicious month begins sometime in mid-December and continues till mid-Jan. So unlikely that these leaders would want any significant decision during that time, especially DK Shivakumar, who is somebody who believes in all these aspects. And by then you also would have had a scenario where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah would have ended up becoming the longest serving Chief Minister in Karnataka. He will complete or at least surpass Devraj Aras's tenure sometime in Jan first week, and perhaps a lot of pressure will be mounted post Jan 15. You will have Siddaramaiah who will pitch in for a record budget, a record 17th budget that he would want to present sometime in Feb or March next year, while DK Shivakumar will continue to pressure the Congress High Command, saying that it's been more than 2.5 years and it's time that the Congress High Command intervenes and ensures that he's given power. But what is significant to note here is that how long will the Congress High Command wait? If they deny DK Shivakumar the opportunity to go ahead and become the Chief Minister, what's the message that it sends across? Afreen, you've been talking to a lot of loyalists of DK Shivakumar. You spoke to Iqbal Hussain, various other people. They've been mounting pressure. And it's also important for the Congress High Command to ensure that they send a message to all loyal Congress workers that your loyalty will be rewarded, because DK Shivakumar has waited for a significant time now.
Well, absolutely. Even during the earlier breakfast meeting, Harish, DK Shivakumar had said that, previously the High Command asked me to wait for a minister's post, and I did, and I'm going to do that as well. And when I spoke to various MLAs of the DK's camp, they've also been, highlighting that DK Shivakumar has been a very, very loyal Congress party worker, and he needs to get the reward that he's, for his loyalty towards the Gandhi family, towards the Congress party. Now, that's something that they are, adamant on, that he gets his reward. On the other hand, they've also been telling that, we know that Siddaramaiah is somebody who has jumped boats. He's come from the JDS to the Congress. So the image that DK Shivakumar has is that he's been with the party from the beginning until now. He's not jumped boats. He's not gone to any other party. So that is something that, the High Command needs to take in consideration, because what message would they send if they don't let their loyal party worker get the reward for his loyalty?
Absolutely. Not just that, let's not forget what's happened in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, similar situation. Ashok Gehlot, a strong senior leader, Sachin Pilot, who was heading the organization, who's worked for the party, close to the Gandhi families, but he was denied that CM seat. But the situation is slightly different in Karnataka because DK Shivkumar has made more sacrifices than Sachin Pilot, and Siddaramaiah is somebody who's joined the Congress much later in his political career. He joined the party only in 2006, but he's also a mass leader. But what is the message that they want to send to various other leaders who are working in various party units in various states? And that is something that the Gandhis will have to decide. At the same time, remember, DK Shivkumar is also the leader for the future for the Congress party. We've already seen Siddaramaiah making it very clear that he perhaps might not contest or contest in 2028 assembly election, which means it's an electoral retirement of sorts for the Chief Minister. Although he said that multiple times that there is pressure on him to contest, but how long can he go ahead? And wouldn't the party want to have a second rung of leadership taking over and be ready when 2028 assembly election happens and the 2029 Lok Sabha election happens in a crucial state like Karnataka, where the Congress still is strong when you compare it to various other states? And that is the matter that the Congress High Command has to decide. And that's something significantly even DK Shivkumar has been telling people close to Siddaramaiah as well. In that meeting that he had with Satish Jarkioli, he made it very clear that yes, Siddaramaiah has the appeal among Ahinda voters, the backward classes, SCs, STs, Dalits and the minority. But it's time that the Congress High Command ensures that there is a plan to ensure that they consolidate, even if there is a situation where Siddaramaiah...
All right, more live visuals that we're getting right now. These are the live visuals from inside this breakfast meet that is happening 2.0 inside DK Shivkumar's residence right now. Well, these are the live visuals that we've been getting. We've been tracking all of the developments closely. It remains to be seen what the psychological impact of all that is going on within the party and within the ranks of the party, what sort of an impact that's going to have on the Congress space there. Now to that, Afreen, let me just come to you to discuss the same point. We are seeing this uncertainty. It's pretty much playing out between the two, and the Congress High Command has pretty much absolved itself, at least for the time being, saying that this is a united front that you need to project and we will take care of the rest, and after consultations, a decision may be taken. That being said, what sort of a psychological impact do you think this is going to have on the Congress space there? All right, Harish, if you can hear me.
Yes, in fact, various aspects that will play out now. Before I come to that question, one aspect that we have to highlight now is what happens in terms of the communication between these two leaders and the High Command. Remember, K.C. Venugopal had this conversation last week with both these leaders, after which they have, in a way, the communication channels between both these leaders opened up, and then that breakfast meeting happened at the Chief Minister's house, and then this meeting today. But more importantly, at what point in time would the High Command want to intervene? Because let's not forget that DK Shivkumar is also not somebody who perhaps will keep waiting forever. There will come a time when he will perhaps want to meet the Congress High Command. Will the Congress High Command accept, make that time, and how will they convince him? If they are now looking at buying more time, what is the assurance that they will give him? If there is assurance given, will DK Shivkumar be confident about that assurance being implemented, given the fact that the assurance given in 2023 of a power sharing is not being implemented now? The Congress High Command perhaps is in a fix now. They're not able to implement it now. So can he take one more assurance? At the same time, let me quickly go across to Afreen.
All right,
Afreen,
we're also getting this video from inside DK Shivkumar's residence there. There you can see both seated on the table, meeting for the second breakfast meet. All is well in the Congress. That is the message that they are trying to project out there, even after that war of words that played out on X, where they spoke of broken promises and not walking the talk. There you have the two of them peacefully sitting together having breakfast. Really though, if there's any breakthrough or not, at this point it does not seem likely. Harish, let me just come to you. So these are the live visuals that we're getting from inside the residence of DK Shivkumar as well. This breakfast conversation, not much of a conversation that we can see happening right now. Now, Harish, when we were talking about the psychological impact this will have, if really push comes to shove, among the Congress High Command, what do you think is the consensus?
Well, perhaps everyone involved in this decision-making process from the Congress High Command understands two things. One, DK Shivakumar has done a lot to the party. Second, let's not forget, carrying on an election and winning that election takes money, and that money has been pumped in by DK Shivakumar during the 2023 Lok Sabha 2023 Assembly election. He's also a crucial fundraiser for the Congress party at the national level as well. And his contribution over the past few decades has been significant for the Congress, not just in Karnataka, in other states as well. Every time they've faced the issue in terms of bringing in a government or a Rajya Sabha election, we've seen that happening in Maharashtra, we've seen that happening with Ashok, we've seen that happening with Ahmed Patel's election to Rajya Sabha as well. So these are aspects that they can't really deny. And he's also somebody who's close to the Congress High Command, the Gandhis, especially Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. And the Congress now looking at a scenario where perhaps they will have to fight election minus Siddaramaiah, whether it's 2028 or 2029 and beyond that. How do they then prepare the party for that? Because there can't be a vacuum. And the answer is there are leaders like DK Shivakumar, Satish Jarkiholy and others. And how would they want to now take over this leadership change and ensure that when they face these elections in 28 and 29, there is no vacuum or suddenly the party is not found wanting or struggling in that election. And that is something that they will have to decide. At the same time, the tightrope walk here is that they can't ignore the kind of support Siddaramaiah has across Karnataka. He's a pan-Karnataka leader having the support of the Ahinda community, whether it's the backward classes, the Dalits, the minorities. And how can that vote be kept intact and transferred to the Congress party en masse is something that they'll have to plan. And we've seen this discussion happening, Afreen. DK Shivakumar echoing similar lines when he spoke to Satish Jarkiholy, but it's going to be a challenge, with many of them making it very clear that they will continue to remain loyal to Siddaramaiah.
Well, absolutely, Harish. We saw that, DK Shivakumar met with Satish Jarkiholy, probably trying to, straighten the strained relationships between them. But Satish Jarkiholy made it very, very clear, and he stood by Siddaramaiah. He said that I'm not going to, give up or, give out on Siddaramaiah. He is a loyalist to Siddaramaiah. And like Satish Jarkiholy, there are many others who, top leaders, top ministers who are loyalists to Siddaramaiah. Perhaps Siddaramaiah enjoys more loyalty from MLAs and ministers when compared to DK Shivakumar. So if the High Command in the future asks DK Shivakumar to prove, if he has the voting, if he has the backing of MLAs, probably he would not be able to get the numbers that Siddaramaiah gets.
But adding to that point, perhaps the culture of the Congress party has been such that it's the High Command which eventually decides who is going to be the next leader of the Congress legislature party and then becoming the chief minister. And perhaps that's why even when you talk about numbers, DK Shivakumar has always maintained that he does not believe in having a group or having a certain set of loyalists. He says, I am perhaps the KPCC president, so all 140 MLAs and the leader for them. The chief minister is also the leader for them. So he clearly doesn't want to go down that road where there is a Congress legislature party and where the party says we'll decide who the next chief minister will be by show of hands. That is unlikely to be going in favor of DK Shivakumar, and that's why he's constantly talking about his contribution over the last several decades, his role he's played in the 2023 Assembly election, and the fact that perhaps he's the leader for the Congress party in the coming few decades.
Right. Of course, let's just bring our viewers the visuals that we have so far of this entire breakfast meeting. This is Siddaramaiah's vehicle that is making its way to DK Shivakumar's residence. Remember, this is the second breakfast meeting that is taking place between the two of them. All of this in the backdrop of the power tussle that was a very public show of fight that played out between the two of them on X. There you have it, the visuals that we get of him welcoming Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar. There you have him. Now, pretty much no breakthrough is expected from this meeting. What we are given to understand is that this is just a reciprocal breakfast meeting between the two of them. The two of them there speaking to each other. What is on the agenda, that of course is something that remains under wraps. We're yet to find out whether there's some sort of a solution to this entire power tussle that has been playing out rather publicly on X, and we do have to wait and see if there will be some sort of a power sharing formula that will be revealed sometime soon. However, we're given to understand that that is not what the Congress High Command has directed them to do so far. So this is at their direction that they're having the second breakfast meeting. And the drama pretty much does continue behind the scenes because there's no uncertainty still. There is no sort of a solution that has come to the fore, even after saying that they are working together as a team and that they will put an end to this confusion, that there is no confusion pretty much anymore. Of course, a lot of questions remain unanswered, and to that, let me just go back to this is them having breakfast. Pretty prosaic if you ask me. Nothing really, no sort of a breakthrough here, not that we were expecting one either. Seems to be a pretty prosaic day-to-day sort of a meeting between the two. The only difference here being that there was this spat that played out on social media, and now they are trying to project this united front. Harish, let me just come back to you. What we're seeing playing out, day-to-day stuff, pretty normal, right? But we do know that behind the scenes, there's probably a lot that still remains unanswered. We are going to be talking about the High Command's decision as well, something that they seem to be biding time for. What can you tell us?
Absolutely. All that we can expect today is just breakfast, no breakthrough. That's something that's the biggest takeaway from this. This is purely for optics. This is purely for camera. No significant development here. Both the leaders, what we are picking up is they are very keen on going to Delhi. Will the Congress High Command give them an audience is the question. The Congress High Command has made it very clear that unlikely that they would want to meet these two leaders, especially over the leadership tussle issue. What could happen perhaps is over the next few days, you might see both the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister making it to Delhi on the pretext of meeting union leaders, union ministers, beg your pardon, over various issues connected to Karnataka. That could be a possibility, and then they perhaps will go to Delhi and try their luck at meeting the Congress High Command. That's something that might play out, but perhaps given the fact that the Congress High Command itself is now caught up with several issues, whether it's the SIR, the ongoing parliament, that they're trying to corner the NDA government, or other issues that they're dealing with. Perhaps they might not entertain this, because many believe that if the High Command wanted to intervene now, this breakfast meeting wouldn't have been pushed by the High Command. Perhaps they would have summoned both these leaders to Delhi and solved this issue. Let's not forget, you had the AICC president himself, Mallikarjun Kharge, who said that he will call everyone, meet them and solve this issue. But that hasn't happened, because that statement came in late last week. And after that, you had KC Venugopal insisting that these leaders meet and first sort it out among themselves.
Right, absolutely. And as Pallavi mentioned earlier as well, there is that mega rally on the 14th of December. They pretty much do not want any distractions at this point. So they are trying to quell this as best as possible. Whether that will really be efficacious in this scenario or not, that remains to be seen.
Absolutely. Remember, for the Congress High Command as well, they have seen how things have panned out in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And Siddaramaiah is not somebody who will go down without a fight. He will make it difficult for the Congress party if they decide to go ahead and have a leadership change. And even if that leadership change happens, the Congress should be mindful that they have to run a government for the next 2.5 years, and that has to run smoothly for them to come back to power. And for a government that's got a brute majority of 140 seats, facing anti-incumbency would be a difficult task. And if this is the kind of headline that's going out every now and then perhaps any good work that the party might have done, even the goodwill that they might have got because of the guarantees, will be negated. That's something that will be on Congress leadership's mind. At the same time, Afreen, it's also important to note that the party will have to somewhere look at 2028 as assembly election and the 2029 Lok Sabha election. They are already in power. The guarantees really bailed them out, got them that brute majority. But it's important that they now also look at the next election, how they want to be prepared for it.
Well, absolutely. Something to be careful about is the stability of the government and what they're offering to the people. The 5 guarantee is something that the government has offered and come to power, but how are they, implementing the guarantees? Will the people vote the Congress back to power is something that we have to look at, because considering the history of Karnataka's politics, any incumbent party does not come back to power here. So that's something that the Congress party will have to look at as of now.
Absolutely. And even as we speak, we are seeing some movement outside DK Shivkumar's house. Perhaps that crucial breakfast meeting is about to conclude, or perhaps in the next few minutes, you will see the Chief Minister making his way out of DK Shivkumar's residence and going about his usual business. Remember, this time around, we saw both the leaders addressing a joint press conference. Unlikely to happen this time around is what we understand, because not much for them to say apart from what they did over the weekend.
Right, absolutely. As you mentioned earlier, breakfast, no breakthrough though. However, if this meeting is wrapping up for our viewers, if we could just give them a play-by-play of what has transpired so far, starting right from where this entire power tussle began and the social media spat, and now these very cordial breakfast meetings.
Well, it's really escalated over the last few weeks. It started just a week before the 20th of last month, because that's when the government was finishing the halfway mark. You had Siddaramaiah, who started it perhaps by going to Delhi immediately after the leadership tussle that took place, after the Bihar results. And in fact, let me also quickly bring in Afreen. Afreen, we were just recollecting what happened over the last few weeks. It started with that meeting on 15th of last month after the Bihar results. CM pushing for a cabinet reshuffle, DK Shivkumar and his camp saying that now it's time that you honor the agreement made in 2023 and go in for a full-fledged leadership change instead of a cabinet reshuffle. Now we are looking at this reaching a point where both these leaders are stuck in a stalemate of sorts.
Well, absolutely, Harish. Even until November 21st, we saw the Chief Minister confidently telling everybody that he's going to remain in office for 5 years whole. He's not going to step out, or there is no power tussle. But immediately after 2-3 days, we started witnessing him saying that, whatever the High Command says, I'm going to abide by it.
So that's also there's a confusion.
Yeah, and also admitted that there is a confusion and the High Command needs to put a full stop to that. So that's something that we've noticed over the past few weeks. The change in stance of the Chief Minister from saying that I'm going to remain in office for 5 years to saying that I will abide by the High Command. That is something that is worthy of noting. That makes it very, very clear that there is a power tussle that's brewing between the two leaders, and all of these breakfast meetings are just, probably the High Command asking them to, talk it out here in Bengaluru rather than escalating it to Delhi, or, putting out an image that, both the leaders are united for the people of Karnataka.
All right. Well, of course, what happens going forward, that's something that remains pretty much up in the air, as it did maybe a week ago. So nothing much has changed on ground except for these two breakfast meetings that have taken place. And whatever happened to that secret deal that DK Shivkumar had touted, again, we don't have the answers right now. They don't seem to either. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere though. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
This is
सल्यूट है जी। आप देश की रक्षा में जान लगा देते हैं, और आप घर घर में तार लगाते हैं जी। ई बीम टेक्नोलॉजी से बनी, न जले न पिघले, सबकी रक्षा करे।
हम सरहद पर लोगों की रक्षा करते हैं, और आप देश के अंदर। सल्यूट तो बनता है जी।
अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर, अपार देश का तार।
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
So breaking news coming in. India rejects Pak airspace's denial claims for Sri Lanka aid. India has granted rapid clearance for Pakistan's aid flight carrying relief material to cyclone-hit Sri Lanka, firmly rejecting baseless and misleading claims circulating in Pakistani media that New Delhi had denied permission to use its airspace. Officials confirmed that the request for overflight was submitted by Pakistan, seeking same-day permission to fly over Indian airspace. Given the purpose of the request to provide humanitarian assistance to Sri Lanka, India processed the request with exceptional speed. Officials emphasized that this clearance was a purely humanitarian gesture made despite Pakistan maintaining a ban on Indian Airlines' use of its airspace. So, Siddhant, back to you. I'm not going to go ahead and ask you why they peddle the fake news, because that is what Islamabad has been doing since time immemorial. But do you think India can expect now moving forward Pakistan to reciprocate this humanitarian consideration? Because I remember back in May, this Indigo flight has had experienced severe turbulence, and the pilot had sought permission to use Pakistani airspace to avoid it, but the request was denied.
Yeah, that's right, Sukanya. In fact, time and again, Indian side, whenever needed, had requested for permission to use the Pakistani airspace in the past as well. But those permissions were turned down.
All right, welcome back to CNN News 18 with me, Hem Kaur Saroya. Here's a look at what we're tracking for you at this hour. Now, in a big move by the government, which has now raised privacy concerns, the government has asked smartphone makers to pre-install the Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphone devices. The move aims to fight cyber crime, so we're told, and prevent the misuse of telecom resources. The move to install the Sanchar Sathi app in mobile handsets is aimed at safeguarding citizens from purchasing non-genuine handsets, and this has sparked various reactions from opposition leaders, calling it a dictatorship move and unconstitutional. Government sources revealed to CNN News 18 that this step is important for cyber and national security and to avoid duplication of unique identity numbers, which is the IMEI numbers, which is the unique identity number of a handset. So this is the latest that we're hearing. The Department of Telecommunications has made it mandatory for all newly manufactured phones to be installed with this Sanchar Sathi app. That being said, we are also getting in more information. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has hit out at the government over this Sanchar Sathi app move. She says a fine line needs to be drawn. These things also need to be discussed in the parliament. Now, of course, as you know, the parliament's winter session, it has been dominated by the row over SIR as the SIR stir continues. Add to the pot this Sanchar Sathi app row. Also, where the Congress has hit out, the opposition has attacked the government, calling this move unconstitutional. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra saying that there needs to be a very fine line drawn for these things to be discussed in the parliament as well. Now, from what we do know so far, the Department of Telecommunications has made it mandatory for all manufactured imported mobile phones in India to come with this app pre-installed. It is a government-developed mobile application which is designed to make smartphone use safer for everyone. However, the opposition, this has not gone down well with the opposition. They say that this is completely an unconstitutional move and that this should not happen, and this is dictatorship at its finest. Now, government sources, however, have revealed to CNN News 18 that this step was important and was taken for cyber and national security concerns and to avoid any sort of duplication when it comes to the unique identity number, that is the IMEI. Now, what this app will, what we're told is, it will help people track their mobile connections, check if their phone is genuine, block any device if it gets lost or stolen. It also allows users to report suspicious calls, fraud attempts and any sort of harmful links. So the idea that we're given to understand behind the Sanchar Sathi app is to give citizens more control over their digital safety. However, it is the decision to have these be pre-installed in new manufactured imported phones. That is the decision. That part of the decision is something that has not gone down well with the opposition. They are saying that they're offering tools that can verify a phone's IMEI number or show how many SIM cards are linked to one person's ID, and this app aims to reduce misuse of mobile services and protect people from scams. So that was the thought behind it. However, this is not a decision that the opposition has received well. And of course, we've been tracking that all-important breakfast meeting for you as well. Breakfast Meet 2.0, DK Shiv Kumar has issued a statement after meeting the Karnataka Chief Minister as well. So he has issued a statement right now. As you remember, he's reaffirmed commitment to good governance. He has said earlier as well that the Chief Minister and him, they are cooperating, they are working together. They have projected a united front, pretty much trying to say that there is no confusion anymore and all is well within the ranks of the Congress party. However, if we didn't know any better, we would actually believe that. this breakfast meeting, he has reaffirmed that commitment. They are both committed to good governance. Pretty much a prosaic meeting, the way it played out. We brought you those visuals from inside his residence as well. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and we've been tracking what the repercussions of this meeting are going to be, if at all any. We weren't expecting any breakthrough, pretty much the same line that they've been reaffirming for the past few days, that everything is good between the Chief Minister as well. Now, this is the post on X that he's put up. He did say that I hosted the Honorable Chief Minister for breakfast at my residence today as we reaffirm our commitment to good governance and the continued development of our state under the Congress vision. So this is the post that he's put out on X. Do not forget the post earlier that he put out on X, that were words that played out for everyone to see. Now, however, a complete shift in tone, a U-turn that we are seeing here. However, we are given to understand that this is all at the direction of the Congress High Command, and there is no breakthrough right now. Pretty much they are just trying to project that everything is fine within the ranks of the party. For more on this, we have with us Harish Upadhyay, who has been getting us all the updates from outside of DK Shiv Kumar's residence. Harish, what can you tell us?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, this is just for optics, this is just for camera. This was what was planned. The same happened at the Chief Minister's house, now repeating at DK Shiv Kumar's house. Now both these leaders talking about how they are discussing and coming together for good governance, development of the state. But none of this was on their mind when there was bickering out in the open for the last 3 weeks or so, since mid last month. Since November 15th, we've seen this playing out. It was simmering. They were just waiting for the Bihar election results to get over. Once that was out, it was out in the open, free for all. People from both these camps talking about how their leader should be the Chief Minister. Siddaramaya's followers saying, his loyalist MLA saying that Siddaramaya should continue as the CM. He's the only hope for the Congress party. DK Shiv Kumar camp MLA is talking about how that power sharing that was discussed and agreed upon in 2023 should be implemented. So clearly all that played out for a good 15 days or so. Finally, the High Command had to intervene, and then now these leaders are talking about development and good governance. But what one has to note here is that behind all the breakfast meeting that's happened, and also all these tweets and posts on social media, there is still simmering discontent among these two leaders. Both of them not willing to budge from their stance, and with just around 2.5 years left, DK Shiv Kumar wants this power sharing deal to be implemented as soon as possible. Siddaramaya wants to continue in the seat as long as possible.
Absolutely, Harish. Now, of course, as you've been mentioning as well, it's the power sharing formula that is really pretty much at the heart of this entire power tussle. Nothing has been agreed upon when it comes to that. Of course, if you say that the Congress High Command has had to intervene, that has been very limited as well. Pretty much right now, this is all for theatrics and optics, as we've been discussing as well. There's truly no answers that have been given out to the public. Nothing clarified yet. So what seems to be the timeline on that? Are we going to get any answers in the near future?
Well, unlikely. The Congress High Command just wants to buy time now. And with too much to deal with right now for them, perhaps this is not something they want to deal with immediately or as soon as possible. But on the other hand, you have DK Shiv Kumar, who wants this leadership change or this leadership agreement to be implemented as soon as possible. But Siddaramaya is very clear that there is a session that begins on the 8th of this month, and the government needs to put forth what it has done in 2.5 years. He's talking about the kind of legacy that all these 5 guarantees will leave behind, how it's changed life. That is what they want to talk about when the session begins, and also counter the opposition. Remember, it's a united opposition with the JDS and the BJP on the floor. So that's what the Chief Minister is talking about, and at the same time, he will push for a cabinet reshuffle. In the meanwhile, if there is ever now in the next few weeks or days a message from the Congress High Command, perhaps the immediate response from Siddaramaya's camp would be 2 things. One, suggests that the High Command should not talk about a leadership change now, when Siddaramaya perhaps will become the longest serving Chief Minister in Karnataka sometime in Jan, and also then say that at a time when the finances are not in a great shape, it's best to have somebody who's presented 15-16 budgets as the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister in various capacities, and it's best that Siddaramaya's presents the next budget, which will happen sometime in March, and then look at any sort of a leadership change. By then, you will have the Congress staring at two important elections. Kerala would be going into election mode. Same is Tamil Nadu. Both of them will be heading into election sometime in March, April, and Congress with renewed hopes of coming back to power in Kerala, and also its allies in DMK in Tamil Nadu also hoping to come back to power. Perhaps the Congress leadership would want to have all its focus and energies directed towards those two elections, and once again this would go to the back burner, and DK Shivakumar understands this really well, and that's why he is saying that even if it's just few days before the December 8th winter session, it's time that this leadership change happens. Afreen has been tracking this very closely. Afreen, it's a difficult task for the Congress party. On the one hand, you have a mass leader, a popular leader who joined the party around 19 years back. On the other, you have somebody who's been loyal to the Congress party from his youth Congress days and has bailed out the party at multiple points in time, and they have to now make the choice. They might delay it, but perhaps they can't ignore it forever.
Absolutely, Harish. They cannot ignore it forever, and Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar is not going to wait for forever. That's something that the High Command needs to realize and intervene at some point when they think it is appropriate. And like you rightly mentioned, Siddaramaiah is somebody who, if improperly dislodged from his chair, would, have the party would face serious repercussions, because, he's a popular leader, he's a mass leader, he's a pan-Karnataka, leader with a following from MLAs, ministers, and even the people. And he also, represents or, has a major backing by the Ahinda, which is the minorities, the Dalits and the others. Whereas DK Shivakumar, on the other hand, is a very popular Vokaliga leader. So the Congress High Command needs to also look into the caste aspects when they're making this particular choice.
Absolutely. As Afreen rightly mentioned, the caste calculation is something that the Congress has to be very mindful about, because when they did sack Devraj Aras, there was a huge backlash. They lost the Lingayats forever, and perhaps, beg your pardon, within the Patil. Now they would be mindful that they wouldn't want to mess up the Vokaliga support that they've got in the recent past and lose that significant vote base.
All right. Well, Afreen, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on this. Of course, we'll continue to track this very closely. With that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
This is
All right, after the first round of breakfast meeting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his deputy DK Shivakumar, this was the morning for breakfast meet 2.0. Shivakumar invited Siddaramaiah to his residence. These were the visuals that we got this morning from outside of DK Shivakumar's residence. He invited Siddaramaiah to his residence, saying, "Me and the Chief Minister continue to work together as a team," while the Chief Minister insisted that the party in the state is 100% united. So these were the visuals that we got of this breakfast meeting this morning that is still underway, and it remains to be seen if there's going to be any sort of a breakthrough, though that is not expected at this point. Harish is live with us. He's been covering all of the developments from outside of DK Shivakumar's residence. Harish, of course, we've been discussing this. There's not going to be a breakthrough. We know that, at least for now, we think that's what's going to happen. Pretty much it all just relies, the Congress High Command is relying on the optics and the theatrics of this meeting, the second meeting. We heard some of the reactions that were coming in as well. People saying this is only reciprocal. So really what happens going forward remains very much up in the air at this point also.
Well, even as we speak, that breakfast meeting is on. We are coming to you live from outside DK Shivakumar's house. The meeting is on. Everybody else has been kept out. It's only DK Shivakumar's family members, including DK Suresh and a few others who are inside, and the Chief Minister, of course, nobody else. The message was very clear that no other leader should be present. Only these two leaders should have an atmosphere where they can discuss and try and see if they can sort out this issue. That was the scenario at the Chief Minister's house as well when this meeting happened last week. The same here at DK Shivakumar's house as well. But few things have changed. One,
Welcome back to CNN News 18. The winter session drama continues in Parliament on day 2 after a stormy day 1 yesterday. The opposition has demanded a discussion on the SIR issue and BLO deaths and is expected to stage protests regarding the same shortly. Sometime in a few minutes from now, this after Prime Minister Modi set the tone for the session, saying that the time for doing drama is over, it's now time for delivery. There was a very sharp warning by the Prime Minister who said we should be focusing on delivery, not drama, emphasizing that the session should prioritize the nation's work over partisan issues and disputes. Meanwhile, the House is also expected to take up a debate on the song Vande Mataram later this week, with tensions running high. Another stormy day appears on the horizon for the Parliament. As you know, the SIR stir continues and the opposition bloc MPs are expected to protest outside the Makar Dwar as well. They're set to continue their protest against the ongoing special intensive revision, of the electoral rolls as the Parliament gears up for the second day. It is underway right now. We saw a stormy first session yesterday. Let's just listen into some of the reactions that are coming in as well.
सरकार के रवैये से लगता है आपको कि वो चर्चा के लिए राजी होंगे, क्योंकि आप लोग तो लगातार मांग भी कर रहे हैं और प्रदर्शन भी कर रहे हैं। पिछली बार भी आप लोगों ने ज्वाइंट प्रोटेस्ट किया था।
देखिए, जब ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग हुई थी उसमें राजनाथ सिंह जी थे, किरण रिजिजू थे, उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर हैं, उन्होंने बाकायदा ये आश्वासन दिया था कि हाँ, हम किसी भी चर्चा से भागेंगे नहीं, हम वो चर्चा करेंगे और हम आपको डेट और टाइम बताएंगे। कल जब बात आई राज्यसभा में फेलिसिटेशन सेरेमनी के बाद कि इस पे कौन से डेट पे होगा, कितने समय के लिए होगा, तो उन्होंने कहा हम चर्चा कर बताएंगे। किससे चर्चा करेंगे आप चेयरमैन के साथ बैठिए, आप सारे फ्लो लीडर्स के साथ बैठिए और आप ये डिसीजन लीजिए। आप ये पोस्टपोन करने का जो काम है, जिस वजह से हम मजबूर हो रहे हैं ये प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए, हम भी चाहते हैं सत्र चले, हम भी चाहते हैं संसद की कार्रवाई हो, हम भी अपने राज्यों से आते हैं पार्लियामेंट के लिए कि पार्लियामेंट में हम अपने मुद्दे रख पाएं, पर ये जो जवाबदेही से बचने का काम सरकार लगातार करती रहती है वो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण।
All right, and the SIR stir continues. Opposition trains its guns at the centre stages the SIR protests in the Parliament complex, something that they'd said that they would be doing. The time for which was about 10:30. We are seeing this opposition protest continue over the SIR issue and the issue of BLO deaths. We heard the reactions that are coming in as well. These are the live visuals that we are getting right now. The banners there saying "Stop SIR." The opposition out there in protest saying "Stop SIR." You can see the large banners there that they are holding. This is the second day of the winter session of the Parliament. A stormy first day that we saw yesterday. Parliament had been adjourned for 11 a.m. today, and now we are seeing this protest play out. For more on this, we have with us Pallavi Ghosh as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Pallavi. Of course, the opposition, she is bringing us what is happening there on the ground. Let's listen to this report.
Well, right behind me, you can already see that the protests have begun as far as the SIR issue is concerned. The entire Congress party has also gathered here. The Congress has also appealed to the opposition parties that they should join in. The government remains very adamant about the fact that you also have to give us time. You don't need to dictate to us. There are many other issues which are on the agenda which also need to be taken up. So there is no commitment as to a particular date which has been given, but all options are open. However, as far as the opposition parties go, they are insisting that this is not the way to go. You have to have an immediate discussion on the SIR issue. So this is a big protest where you are seeing with posters where they're talking about SIR is fraud. They're talking about the backwards Dalits and the minorities also being denied their right to vote. But you know what is the interesting part is that as of now, we don't see anyone from the Trinamool Congress or the Samajwadi Party. But if there has been one issue which has more or less managed to keep both of the opposition parties together, at least inside the parliament, has been this on the SIR issue.
All right, so there you have the ground report by Pallavi Ghosh, a display of dissent, members of opposition rallying against the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. They've organized this demonstration outside of the parliament on the Makar Dwar on the second day of the winter session after a rather stormy first day. They demand a comprehensive debate on voter rights. You can see the banners there that they're holding "Stop SIR." Opposition MPs are continuing their protests against the ongoing special intensive revision of the electoral roll as the parliament geared up for the second day, which is now underway. They are protesting outside of the Makardwar of the parliament. Even on the first day, what we saw, here's a quick recap of that as well, of the winter session. The Lok Sabha witnessed several adjournments till noon, 2 p.m. and later for the day, as opposition members insisted on discussing the SIR exercise ongoing in 12 states and union territories. For more on this, we also had this report by Aman Sharma. Let's listen to this.
So behind me, you can see the big opposition protest happening on the second day of the parliament session. You can see Sonia Gandhi, you can see Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president also there. And this is the big Congress protest today. Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi clearly wanting to keep the focus of this parliament session on the SIR issue. Even after the Bihar debacle, where the Congress was reduced to just 6 seats, the Congress party, and especially Rahul Gandhi, is not giving up on the SIR issue. They are demanding a discussion on the SIR on the floor of the parliament, something on which the entire monsoon session of parliament was washed out. But still, in this winter session of parliament, what the government is asking and what the Congress is asking from the government rather is a full discussion on the SIR issue. Will it happen? Will the government soften its stand? Will a larger discussion on electoral reforms be held? Remains to be seen. There are still some days to go for the winter session, at least till the end of next week. But as you can see behind me, these are big protests. This stop SIR, stop vote chori. SIR is fraud. You can see there Congress leaders holding backward Dalit and minority votes are not disposable. That is what the big charge of the government is. That SIR is a fraud and a vote chori. The government saying that all this has got exposed during the Bihar elections, where SIR was not even an issue on the ground. Aman Sharma for CNN News 18. Yeah.
All right, we have breaking news is just coming in. CNN News 18 exclusive news break. President Asif Ali Zardari has summoned a joint session of Pakistan's parliament with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif rushing back to Islamabad. Notification is expected according to the Indian intelligence sources. The urgency and coordination suggest a civil military push to impose governor's rule in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa with parliamentary backing, aiming to avoid political backlash from the PTI and international criticism that has been flowing in as well. Now, this is the latest that we are getting right now. A joint session appears to be designed to create a legal and political framework portraying governor's rule as a national security necessity. For more on this, we have with us Akanksha Swarup. Akanksha, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we've been discussing this since yesterday. Now, this joint session of the Pakistan Parliament being called in, what do you think is the pretext here?
So important to highlight that Pakistan Parliament's joint session has already passed and discussed this important policy issue like Pak-Afghan relations, the Gaza Force, United States minerals deal, the PECA 2025 and even the Governor Raj in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Remember, the Asim Munir government is currently extremely rattled by the protests that will be taking place by the PTI outside the Adiala jail and even outside the Islamabad High Court. And now the Parliament will also be briefed on the broader security issues like National Finance Commission will come under discussion as well. The official agenda of the joint session has not been announced as yet. But remember, what's important is that by bringing a province like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa under the Governor Raj with Afghan border management, Taliban engagement and US minerals negotiations, the government wants to show urgency as far as this joint session is concerned. The joint sitting appears designed for a legal and narrative framework which shows Governor Raj as a national security necessity. Important to also put this into perspective, because given at the time when they were passing the 27th Amendment, which has consolidated powers for Asim Munir, this was also very much as part of the larger plan where they wanted to club the provincial governments and bring them under the federal control, something that we already see being orchestrated in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. So this is nothing but tightly coordinated civil military push to establish a new command architecture before imposing governor rule in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
All right, Akanksha, thank you so much for your analysis on that. And with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. But don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
Good morning. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking this hour. After SIR debate demand wipes out day one of the winter session of the parliament, the opposition moves suspension notice on day two, stages protest in the parliament premises. Government orders a pre-installation of the Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphones to fight fake phones and cybercrime. The opposition has warned against government's overreach, tags Sanchar Sathi app surveillance tool as unconstitutional. Round two of Siddaramaiah DK Shivkumar breakfast meet at the Deputy CM's residence. DK Shivkumar affirms that both are committed to good governance. Tensions erupt within Mahayuti after Nitish Rane accuses ally BJP of attempting to bribe voters ahead of the civic polls. Booked for rape and forced abortion, suspended Congress MLA Rahul Mamkutathil on the run now. In a big move by the government, which has now raised privacy concerns, especially by the opposition, government has asked smartphone makers to pre-install Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphone devices. The move aims to fight cybercrimes and prevent misuse of telecom resources. This move to install the Sathi app in mobile handsets is aimed at safeguarding citizens from purchasing non-genuine handsets. This has now sparked various reactions from the opposition leaders, calling it dictatorship move and unconstitutional. Government sources have now revealed to CNN News 18 that this step is important for cyber and national security and will avoid duplication of unique identity or IMEA. Listen in to what Priyanka Gandhi has had to say.
I mean, clearly it's ridiculous. Now, where else do they want to, I mean, citizens have their right to privacy. Even all of you must be having a right to privacy to send your own messages to family, friends without the government looking at everything. It's not just one thing. It's not just snooping on the telephones. It's overall. They are turning this country into a dictatorship.
But government is saying it's for national security, so that it cannot be misused.
The fraud will be easy to report.
It's for national security. Yeah.
But that's a very fine line. It's a very fine line between fraud is easy to report and we can see everything that every citizen of India is doing on their phone. So that's not how it should work.
Staying with the news story, getting in breaking inputs. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has reacted to this entire controversy. He has now said that there is no need for the opposition to keep digging issues just to create ruckus. The business for the winter session has been decided already. We will consider many of the issues raised by the opposition as well. The discussion points have already been set. He also added that turning every issue into a weapon and not allowing Parliament to function is not right. Now, remember, he could also be referring to the ruckus that's being created by the opposition just on day one over the SIR exercise. Today also at the Makar Dwar, we've seen how the opposition gathered protesting the SIR exercise, and so it's not just about the Sanchar Sathi app. Important to clarify that. But let's listen into what the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs has had to say.
ऑपोजिशन ये जो इशू ढूंढ करके लाने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। विंटर सेशन पार्लियामेंट में बिजनेस तय किया गया है, बहुत सारा मुद्दे हैं और कई मुद्दे जो ऑपोजिशन ने भी उठाया है उस पर हम बातचीत करके आगे क्या करना है इसमें विचार करेंगे। नए नए मुद्दे ढूंढ करके पार्लियामेंट को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए बहाना बनाने का कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। हर मुद्दे अपने जगह में इम्पोर्टेंट है, लेकिन मुद्दे को आप बना करके पार्लियामेंट को स्टॉल करेंगे, ये तो ठीक नहीं है।
And let's quickly go across to Arun Dhata, who's joining me live on the broadcast to put this into perspective. Arun, it's very apparent that when Kiran Rijiju is talking about नए मुद्दे उखाड़ने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं, he's referring to this fresh controversy that's now brewing over the Sanchar Sathi app. But also important to highlight how he's referring to an agenda that's already been decided for this winter session of the Parliament.
Well, that's right. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju once again reminding opposition that, look, we already have a decided agenda and you've already raised few matters, especially like SIR, where you want discussion, and it is under consideration. So no need to bring these issues which really doesn't matter at this point. The important thing here is that there are important bills lined up in the Parliament. We should focus on that. And also importantly, the issue which has rocked in the monsoon session and also yesterday on the first day of the winter session is of SIR. So government is deliberating on that. And also, Kanksha, we have seen that how the stand of the opposition parties have changed since monsoon session. The entire monsoon session, their argument was that we want discussion only on SIR. In fact, even that time, government ministers, treasury benches, were saying that we can have discussion, but not specifically on SIR. We can have a discussion on the electoral reforms. Now, opposition says that they are agree. You want to name it electoral reforms, whatever. We want discussion on this. That's one point. So government also seems that they have softened their stand, because yesterday Kiran Rijiju was saying that, look, we haven't said no yet. It is under consideration. And today you have the Sanchar app controversy which opposition party are raising, but they also understand that the entire issue right now for them is SIR. If they really go berserk about this issue, then probably their main issue, their core issue of SIR would somewhere diminish, and that's the reason you don't see the voices that much vehemently coming out in support of that Sanchar Sanchar app at this point.
Stay with me, Arun. Let me quickly also bring in Aman on the broadcast as well. Aman, the other big controversy that's now stirring the hornet's nest is actually the Sanchar Sathi app. Because remember, the government's take over here is very clear that this is to, in fact, address the counterfeit smartphone devices which are also flooding the Indian markets at the moment. Then why is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra calling this as an invasion of privacy?
See, Akanksha, what the Congress party is saying and what many leaders, in fact, in the opposition are saying, that yes, it could be an effort to end cyber fraud. It could be an effort to educate people on how they should, deal with this fraud when they happen. But have adequate consultations been done before this particular app mandatory kind of direction has been issued, that every new phone must have this app pre-installed, and wherever the app is not installed, you have to update it, and the operators all have to give a compliance report to the government within 90 days to 120 days. That is what the opposition members are objecting to. I was just speaking to Imran Masood, Congress MP, and he's saying, is India being turned into North Korea? Is the government going to snoop into every aspect of your lives? Privacy is a big concern. Another MPs, we have spoken to, and we can play out those interviews with Priyanka Chaturvedi, with Karti Chidambaram, with Renuka Chaudhary, who are picking up this matter and saying it's an Orwellian kind of an order, and you are trying to mandatorily put these app. Is this Pegasus 2.0? Will you snoop in on citizens? You've done it earlier. So that is the kind of response that is coming from some people in the opposition. Yes, the Congress is not making this a big issue. The focus still remains on the SIR, but still the government is clearly saying that this is done for the safety and the security of the people, to ensure that they don't fall prey to cyber frauds, that they don't purchase phones, which are stolen, or IMEI numbers have been changed for national security, to ensure that these phones don't fall into hands of terrorists. So government has a larger plan, but has adequate consultation been done with all the stakeholders before the step was taken, is something that the opposition is questioning.
Stay with me, Aman and Arun. I like to quickly bring in Pallavi as well. Pallavi, it's a 19-day winter session. We've seen the first day already getting washed out, with perhaps an adjournment taking place by 2 p.m. itself. Can the government now afford any more adjournments, especially when it comes to, say, newer controversial topics like the Sanchar Sathi app? As Kiran Rijiju has already said, that the opposition need not dig up new issues. The agenda is pre-decided.
Well, Akanksha, first of all, no government wants to have adjournments. I mean, obviously, whether it's the Congress in power or whether it was a BJP in power. And in fact, we did ask this question of Mr. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, and, to the latest objections and notice which has been given till now by Renuka Chaudhary against the Sanchar Sathi app. He said that every day the opposition is looking for new issues on which they want to disrupt the parliament. We are ready to debate and discuss, but a procedure has to be followed. Notices have to be given, the notices have to be admitted. We have to discuss it in the Business Advisory Council meetings, and then we decide what time can be slotted. SIR is always going to predominate. In fact, you saw a short while back those protest pictures at the Makar Dwar.
तकरीबन 8 लाख सहकारी संस्थाएं हैं और देश में उससे सीधे 30 करोड़ लोग सदस्य के तौर पर इस सहकारी संस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं। आज इस देश की 50% से ज़्यादा जनसंख्या ही सहकारिता से जुड़ी हुई है और इसको ही ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सहकार से समृद्धि की परिकल्पना को साकार करने के लिए नया सहकारिता मंत्रालय का निर्माण किया और पिछले 4 साल से माननीय गृह मंत्री एवं सहकारिता मंत्री अमित भाई के नेतृत्व में सहकारिता क्षेत्र में बड़ी क्रांति हो रही है और रोजगार निर्मित और ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था सक्षम करने के लिए मजबूत करने के लिए बहुत सारे क्रांतिकारी निर्णय लिए जा रहे हैं। बहुत सारी पहले लाई गई है, जैसे कि हम सबको पता है कि सहकारिता का मुख्य जो घटक है वो है पैक्स और इसी पैक्स को सक्षम बनाने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं। उसमें 3 मल्टी स्टेट सोसाइटीज की स्थापना की गई जिसमें कृषि उत्पाद के निर्यात को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए NCL, जैविक उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए NCOL और इसी के साथ स्वदेशी बीज बैंक बनाने के लिए और पारंपरिक मीठे बीजों का संवर्धन और प्रसार के लिए BBSSL की स्थापना की गई। इसी प्रकार हमारे जो सदस्य उन्होंने ये सवाल पूछा BBSSL के संदर्भ में कि उत्तर प्रदेश में आज BBSSL की क्या स्थिति है, तो मैं आपके माध्यम से उनको बताना चाहता हूँ कि आज उत्तर प्रदेश में लगभग 4200 सहकारी समितियाँ जो BBSSL की अभी सदस्य बनी है। उत्तर प्रदेश की विभिन्न जिलों में अनेक फसलों का बीज उत्पादन किया जा रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश प्रादेशिक सहकारी फेडरेशन के साथ अन्य सदस्य सहकारी समितियों के माध्यम से उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले भारतीय बीज ब्रांड नाम से बीजों का व्यवसाय किया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा कई सहकारी समितियां।
All right, so the second day of the winter session of the Parliament has commenced, but on the right side of your screen, as you can see, the protests have continued with the Congress over there gathering, holding banners of Stop SIR. Let me take that forward with Arun, who's also on the broadcast with us. So, Arun, taking that forward, the Congress party also seems equally adamant to be hell-bent on persuading for a discussion on the SIR exercise.
Well, that's right. We just saw Lok Sabha resuming there, and Muralidhar Mahal, who is the Civil Aviation Minister, he was speaking, and that was happening amidst the protest of the opposition leaders. We could really hear the voices of the protesters in the back of when he was speaking about the discussion on the SIR. And we just witnessed, Akanksha, a few minutes back, a protest of the opposition leaders outside the parliament at the Makar Dwar of the new parliament. All of them, including Rahul Gandhi, were present in that protest. Again, the demand is very much same, that they want discussion on the election commission's special intensive revision of electoral rules. But as we've been discussing, that the government hasn't said no yet, which means that it is still under consideration. But that's the point which opposition parties are not able to understand, because see, we have seen Akhilesh Yadav was speaking about Uttar Pradesh, saying that how BLOs are committing suicide in the state, and there is smear campaign which is being run by BJP in the state, where he says that a specific community, Muslim communities, votes being cut. He is also alleging that an IT company has been hired by BJP to do all these things. They have a list of all of their voters, etc. So these are the allegations. That similarly, we have heard Mamata Banerjee was also speaking on the same line for the West Bengal, and that's probably the reason why, Akanksha, we have seen that Election Commission extending that window of the entire process for 7 days, because they have a
धन्यवाद महोदय। आज मैं सदन का ध्यान एक ऐसे मैं सरकार से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो SIR के मुद्दे पे चर्चा के लिए
Nothing will go on record except Ajit Kumar. He is sitting, no? Doctor. Next is Dr. Fauziya Khan. Dr. Fauziya Khan.
Sir, house is not in order. House is not in order, sir.
Fauziya Khan is not.
House is not in order.
Fauziya Khan, you want to speak or not? You tell me. You speak.
I can't.
Why you are worried about them? You
cannot. I cannot, sir.
Why you are interfering?
Sir, we want to demand discussion on SIR. Please listen to that, sir. Please listen to our demand.
Fauziya Khan, you address to me.
On electoral reform,
You address to me.
We need a discussion on that immediately. Sir, please take discussion on SIR. Everybody wants that, sir. Sir, everybody is protesting for discussion on electoral reform. Keep that urgently.
Fauziya Khan, you want to speak on the subject, you speak.
Sir,
Otherwise, I am going to call the next person. No, I am not going to listen to you. I am not going to listen to you other than the subject.
Sir, kindly listen.
No. Dr. V. Sivadasan.
Respected Chair, my topic is the attack of wild animal, but I believe the union government is trying to attack the voters and the people of the nation.
No, Sri.
Sir, this is the topic,
No, Sri. Nothing will go on record other than the subject. Sri, I am going to call the next person. If you don't want to talk on the subject, I am going to call the other person. No, whether you have to stick to your subject or otherwise, I am not going to allow you to speak. Nothing will go on record. Nothing will go on record other than the subject. You want to talk, you talk about the subject. Otherwise, I am going to call the next speaker.
No, I am asking to you, sir.
No.
Take the initiative for the discussion on SIR.
No, not at all.
The wild animal attack is my topic. The government is trying to attack the people of the nation.
You want to speak,
in
you
the
speak
name
about
of
the
SIR,
subject.
sir.
I am giving you the last chance.
Wild animal.
I am giving you the last chance. If you want to speak on this, otherwise I am going to.
I am telling wild animal attack is
All right, let's quickly go back to Arun Dhata, who continues to stay with us. So, Arun, as you can see in the Rajya Sabha, similar scenes which we have witnessed yesterday in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both now playing out yet again. There is the chanting of SIR pe charcha ho, and that's the kind of sloganeering we are seeing. As I said, it's already a 19-day winter session, 1 day already gone. What is it that the opposition is exactly planning?
Well, see, Kanksha, of course, we were showing in both windows, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha, both the the houses have started, but we can still see that there are sloganeering which is taking place at the back. Before this, outside the Makar Dwar, there was a huge line of opposition leaders carrying those placards in their hands saying that stop SIR, we want discussion on SIR. So that is something which is happening, but largely what government is thinking at this point is that for them what is important is the legislative business. Last time around in the monsoon session there were 15 bills which were passed by the government amidst the protest from the opposition side. Again, that kind of situation can arise because some of the very important bills are lined up in this session by the government side. Yesterday we saw that Lok Sabha passing the Manipur GST amendment bill that has been passed in Lok Sabha. Now of course that will be brought in the Rajya Sabha. Along with that excise cess bill has also been introduced in the Lok Sabha. But there are some of the most important bills this time around. One of course being the atomic energy bill, which is very, very important. You will have the involvement of the private sector in that area, and therefore you need larger discussion. What are the viewpoints of the opposition leaders in that? It's a sensitive, of course, sector. So government opening up that sector for the private sector. So you need to have that dialogue and discussion from the opposition side. That's why government is saying that you need to be here, you need to participate in the debates. And then you also have the income tax FDI 100% allowance bill in the parliament. That is also important because you will have 100% FDI in the insurance sector. That will of course be a beneficial thing for the people of this country. You will have lesser premium, etc. And then of course you have the higher education commission bills. So there are few very important bills which are lined up for this session, and that's why yesterday, Akanksha, when Kiran Rijiju was saying that we have a certain important bill, we need your support to pass those bills, discussion, etc. Your demand of discussion on SIR is still under consideration. So, but let the House function, let the other legislative business go. But it does not seem that opposition is listening. They're very much adamant on the fact that they want discussion on the SIR.
All right, stay with me, Arun. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. There, need to quickly cut across.
आपको पर्याप्त समय, पर्याप्त अवसर देता हूं, लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र जो दुनिया के अंदर मार्गदर्शन देता है, हमारी संसद की मर्यादा परंपरा भी उच्च कोटि की होनी चाहिए और विशेष रूप से आपका व्यवहार और आचरण संसद की मर्यादाओं के अनुरूप हो, ये मेरा आपसे आग्रह है। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Lok Sabha adjourned till 12 p.m. In roughly 45 minutes from now, we can expect it to resume. But as you could see, the chairman of the Lok Sabha over there, Om Birla, making it amply clear that it is becoming impossible for the parliament to in fact be operating with this kind of a ruckus happening on a daily basis and also as frequently as we've already witnessed on day one of the winter session. Remember, it was barely less than half the day when the winter session of the parliament had commenced and the Lok Sabha had to be adjourned yesterday till 11 a.m. And what we are being told is that the Lok Sabha has been adjourned for a first time on day 2 till 12 p.m. yet again. All right, getting in breaking inputs. We are learning from government sources that all stakeholders have been consulted about the Sanchar Sathi app and they have been informed that security is of utmost importance. This is what government sources are telling CNN News 18, contrary to what the opposition is claiming, that this is an invasion to the rights of the people of the country. They are comparing the Sanchar Sathi app, remember, to the Pegasus spyware, but the government's stand is very clear that they have come up with this app only to sort of address the issue of counterfeit smartphone devices which are currently flooding the Indian markets, and there is in fact a unique identity number which will be allotted to each smartphone, and that's the government's way of ensuring that these counterfeit devices are not brought to the Indian market. So the government's made it amply clear that all stakeholders were consulted over here, perhaps even the ones to look into the national security. Let's quickly go across to Pallavi. Pallavi, when the government sources are telling you that they have consulted all stakeholders, who are they referring to?
That's right. They, the main stakeholders will obviously be the manufacturers. For example, Apple, Samsung, all of them who manufacture the telephones. They are the ones who will have to ensure that the new handsets which are released in the market does have this app embedded in them. And even the ones which are already in use, which have been bought, they have to come out with some kind of a software by which this app can be installed. Obviously, Apple, for example, Akanksha has always been reticent and been averse to the idea of a third-party app being installed. In fact, that has been the USP and the strongest point as far as Apple phones are concerned and Apple manufacturers are concerned. We are absolutely encrypted. We do not allow any third-party combinations to come in. Therefore, it was very important to reassure them that this is not any case of snooping or compromising on the personal details of the cell phone users, that India has had a track record of many terror attacks, and this is for the sake of national security.
All right, so sorry to interrupt you. They're getting in fresh shots from Bengaluru, where you can see DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah putting up a show of unity. This is after their second breakfast meet has just taken place, quelling all those rumors that had been doing the rounds in Karnataka in the past few weeks, rather, that there was a power tussle within Karnataka Congress, and soon after the High Command, in fact, in the national capital intervened. We not just over the weekend saw one breakfast meet happen. This is the second time the Chief Minister and the Deputy CM have met for a breakfast meet that was hosted by the Deputy CM DK Shivkumar at his residence. Many are saying that for now, this is perhaps a stopgap arrangement, a temporary truce of sorts till next year. Post Sankranti is when perhaps the High Command will be in a better situation to comment. Let's listen in.
ನನಗೆ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮನೆಗೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮಂಗಳವಾರ ಬರ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಮಂಗಳವಾರ ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ 8ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. 8ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಶುರುವಾಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ 2 ವಾರ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಏನಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ರಣನೀತಿ ಹೇಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿರೋದು ನಾನು. ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೋಷನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
I've read in the newspapers that they are moving a no confidence motion.
ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು
they are also planning to table other issues.
ಅಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಎದುರಿಸತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The government wants to tackle it aggressively.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ JDS
whatever issues the opposition tables,
ಎದುರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
whatever BJP and JDS presents, we want to tackle it and counter it aggressively, whether it's Ashok and others.
ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಮೇಜರ್
The assembly is there to discuss issues plaguing the state of Karnataka.
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಕಬ್ಬಿನ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರಬಹುದು.
We made an honest effort to solve the issues that the state is facing,
ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳದ ವಿಷಯ ಇರಬಹುದು.
whether it's the issue of sugarcane or maize farmers.
ರೈತರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ರೈತರ ಪರ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
Our government is always pro farmers.
ಕಬ್ಬು ಬೆಳೆಗಾರರ ಜೊತೆಲೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ, ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ. ಕಬ್ಬು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ.
I've spoken to sugarcane farmers and owners of sugarcane factories.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು
I've spoken to farm leaders as well.
ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಟನ್ ಕಬ್ಬಿಗೆ
given it a final
50 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದು
the government is giving 50 rupees per ton of sugar cane as well.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಬ್ಬು ಅರಿತಾರೆ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳದ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
We've also discussed the issue of maize farmers.
ಜೊತೆಗೆ
We've also spoken to owners of distilleries
ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲೂ ಕೂಡ
and poultry as well.
ಸೊ ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳ ಇವತ್ತು MSP ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 2400 ಮಾರುಕಟ್ಟೆನಲ್ಲಿ
The government has
1900
fixed a price, Union Government has fixed a price of 2,400 for maize. The open market it's around 2,900.
ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ರೈತರಿಗೆ MSP ದರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಲರಿ ಓನರ್ಸ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವರು
convinced the distillery owners to give MSP price.
ಇವರು ಪೌಲ್ಟ್ರಿ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸು ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಸುಮಾರು ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 20 ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಟನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂತಾರೆ MSP ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ
buy around more than 20 lakh metric tons.
MSP ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಮೂಲಕ PDS ಮೂಲಕ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು PDS ಮೂಲಕ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ MSP ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು
Can't use it in the PDS system.
ನಾವು
The Union Government has decided the MSP
ರೈತರು ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಠ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಲರಿ ಓನರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ರೈತರಿಂದ ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ನು, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಫೆಡರೇಷನ್ನು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ
we'll also make arrangements through marketing federation to directly procure from maize farmers.
KMF ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ.
Even KMF and
ಕೋಳಿ ಆಹಾರ
will also directly procure from farmers.
PDS ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳನೇ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಶು ಆಹಾರನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳನೇ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸೋದು. ಸೊ ಇವೆರಡೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ಸಾರಿ ರೈತರು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳನ. ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ
farmers have grown more maize compared to other years.
ಸೊ ಸುಮಾರು 54ರಿಂದ 55 ಲಕ್ಷ ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಟನ್ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದಾಜಿದೆ.
The assessment is anywhere around 54 to 55,000 metric ton of maize has been grown in Karnataka this year.
ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳ ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಪೌಲ್ಟ್ರಿಯವರು ಒಂದು 20 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 4-5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವರು 7ರಿಂದ 10 ಲಕ್ಷದವರೆಗೆ ಅದು ಎಥನಾಲ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಎಥನಾಲು
all this has to be done by the union government.
ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ
union government decides on the distribution of ethanol.
MSP ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, FRP ನಿಗದಿ ಮಾಡೋರು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ.
The MSP as well.
when the FRP is decided by the union government, ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Union government is talking as if they have no responsibility at all.
ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ಲಿ
I've now discussed to call a meeting of all party MPs.
ಅವತ್ತು ಹೌಸ್ ಅಡ್ಜನ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಟಿಯವರು ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಕಾಲ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಡ್ಜನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
First
ಅವತ್ತೇ
day of
ಕರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ
this session might get adjourned.
ಯಾಕಂದರೆ
On that day I'm planning
ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ
to
ಎಲ್ಲ
call meeting.
ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರು.
All MPs will be in Delhi.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಯೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ
ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನಾಯಕರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನಾಯಕರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಆಗ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ಸಮಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ.
If I get time and if High Command gives time, I will meet party High Command.
ನಾಳೆ ಅವರು ಒಂದೇ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲು, ನಾನು 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
Me, Venugopal.
ನಾಳೆ
ಬುಧವಾರ ಮಂಗಳೂರು 3ನೇ
ತಾರೀಕು ಒಂದು ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು
We together
ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಅವರು
at a function in Mangalore.
ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ.
ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೂ ಇವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್
I might meet him there.
ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಮೆನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದ್ರ ಮೆನು ಫುಡ್ ಸರ್ ಏನು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇದೆ?
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ಇವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನ್ ವೆಜ್ಜು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ವೆಜ್ಜು.
ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಮೆನು
ಇವನು ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ನು,
There was
ನಾನು
only veg
ನಾನ್
at my house and
ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ನು. ಆದರೂ ನಾನು
there was
ನಾನ್
non-veg dish
ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್
at
ಮಾಡಿಸಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
DK Shivkumar's house.
ಇವನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ, ಇದರಿಂದ
I told DK Shivkumar.
ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ಕೋಳಿ ತಗೋಬಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ನಾಟಿ ಕೋಳಿನ ಸರ್?
I told DK Shivkumar to get country chicken
ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್
from his
ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ
village.
ಅಂತ.
ನಾಟಿ ಕೋಳಿ ಕನಕಪುರ ಕೋಳಿನೇ ಇರಬೇಕು.
ನೀವು ತಿಂತೀಯಾ? ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಏನು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಏನು?
ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೊರತುಪಡಿಸಿ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ರೀಶಫಲ್ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಸರ್, ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ರೀಶಫಲ್ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಬ್ರು ಮಧ್ಯೆ? ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ರೀಶಫಲ್ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆನೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಏನು
We have
ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ
discussed the other day itself.
ಅದಂತೆ ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ.
Whatever the High Command says, we will abide by it.
ಮೊನ್ನೆನೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Whatever decision High Command takes, we will abide by it. We had discussed it the other day as well.
ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಚಿವರಿಗೂ ಇದನ್ನ ಕನ್ವೆ ಮಾಡಿ
Whatever the High Command decides, we will abide by it.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ದು ನೀವು ನಾವು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ,
ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಕೆಲ ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳಿಗೆ
ಕೇಳ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಇವತ್ತು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿದೆ.
We will always be together.
ಶಾಸಕರು ಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ ಜಂಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಔತಣ ಕೂಟ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿನ ಸೂತ್ರ ಪಡಿಸ್ತೀರಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದ್ರ ಊಟ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು CLP ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕರಿತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅವತ್ತೇ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸರ್, ಕಳೆದ ಮೈತ್ರಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡೆತ್ತುಗಳು ಅನ್ನೋ ವರ್ಡು ತುಂಬಾ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪದಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇಬ್ಬರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ.
ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸೇ, ಒಂದೇ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಒಂದೇ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ.
We will always be brothers. We are in one party. We have the same ideology.
28ಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
We will work together for 2028 assembly election as well.
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರಿತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್?
ನೀವು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಏನೇನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕೋದು. ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ? ಆ ಲೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಗಳು ನೀವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ. Today, DK Shivkumar has invited me for breakfast. For breakfast, I agreed to come on Tuesday. Today, both of us had a breakfast, and DK Suresh was also present, and Kudigal MLA Rangnath was also there. So we four jointly had a meeting, had a breakfast, and we have not discussed anything during the breakfast.
But have you blessed Shivakumar sir this time?
Sir, you have not discussed anything, sir. You said you would.
No, after that we discussed. No. After that, after the breakfast, we, myself and D.K. Shivakumar, you have discussed regarding the assembly session which is to be held
DCM sir.
from 8th of December, and what strategy we should adopt, that has been discussed. And also we have discussed regarding the meeting of the MPs who are representing Karnataka and Delhi. So it was decided that we should call a meeting of the MPs on 8th of December. So we will discuss in the meeting the issues of the farmers, other people of the state. We will ask them to the issues regarding Karnataka. That's all we have decided. And whatever decision we have already taken in the breakfast meeting that I have invited, that we shall, both of us, should listen to the whatever decision taken by the High Command. Whether it is mostly Rahul ji and Sonia ji and Karge ji.
Sir, when is the High Command likely to take a decision, sir? Any timeline, anything that has been communicated, sir?
So far, no communication.
Will you all be going to Delhi, sir, to meet the High Command? You and sir? Sir, will you
If
be
they
going?
call us, we will definitely go.
So you're meeting Mr. Venugopal, sir, at an event. Would you be asking him about when they're likely to call you?
Tomorrow, I am meeting Venugopal in a function where both of us are invited.
DCM sir.
Sir, Atithi Deva Bhava, you had Atithi at your home, sir.
ಇವತ್ತು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನೇ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀನು ಮೊದಲು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಬಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೆ.
Vegetarian breakfast at the Chief Minister's house. I invited him to my house today.
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮೈಸೂರದೇ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ
ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈಸೂರು.
ಮೈಸೂರು ಟೇಸ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ 4 MLC ಸೀಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್
We had discussed politics after breakfast. There are 4 MLC seats to be decided.
ಒಂದು ಸೀಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನೋ ಇತ್ತು. ಕೆಲವು ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು ನಾನು. ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ನ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
There are a few announcements to be made. We've discussed with Surjewala as well. We've also sent a list to High Command. We've discussed the matter as well. We've also discussed party and government issues as well.
ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು
We've also discussed the upcoming assembly session.
ಶಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಸಂದೇಶ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತರಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇ ತಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಎದುರಿಸ್ತೇವೆ.
How to tackle
ನಮ್ದು ಒಂದೇ ಧ್ವನಿ, ಒಂದೇ ಆಚಾರ ವಿಚಾರ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ತಂದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಎದುರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು
the same ideology and we will have one voice.
ಶಾಸಕರು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ
also opportunity for MLAs to talk about it.
ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವು. 8ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಬಹುಶಃ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
On a
ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು
meeting of all party
ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
MPs from Karnataka.
ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾವೇರಿದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಮೆಕ್ಕೆಜೋಳ ನಮ್ಮ ಬರಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಹಣ ಏನು ನಮಗೆ
Almost we've decided to go to Delhi on the 8th of December.
ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
There are various issues.
MP
That's Mekedatu irrigation, RDPR issues, the issue of maize farmers.
ಅಂತ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. 3 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಹೌಸ್.
We also plan to take the opposition leaders to Delhi as well.
ಅವನು ಕೂಡ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ
Both from BJP and
ಮಾಡೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ.
The same day we will meet and come back.
We are taking it forward.
ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಶಾಸಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಸಚಿವರು ಈಗ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅವರು ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಈಗ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆಯಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರಾ?
ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಒಂದ್ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಬೇರೆನೂ ಇರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅವರವರೇ.
We are always together. There was no internal fight.
ಬೇರೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ,
ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸರ್.
ಭಿನ್ನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
All our MLAs are united. Unitedly will face the opposition.
Thank you.
ಸರ್, ಇಬ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಇಬ್ರು ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿಯಾಗಿ
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಜೆಡಿಎಸ್ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ವಿಚಾರ ಇದೆ? ಖಾಲಿ ಟ್ರಂಕ್.
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಇಬ್ರು ಸಮಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ
ಅವ್ರು ಕರಿಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಮ.
If High Command calls us, we will meet them.
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ no differences. Myself and DK Shivakumar, we were united. We will unitedly run the government. In the future also, we will run the government unitedly.
ಸಚಿವ ಸಂಪುಟ ಪುನರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ 2.5 ವರ್ಷದ ಬಳಿಕ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಸೆನೂ ಈಡೇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾಯಕತ್ವದ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ
ಈಗ
ಆರ್ ವಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು MLA ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು, MLC ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು. ಅವರು ನಿಧನ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹಳ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 67 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಚಾಮುಂಡಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟ ದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿ ದರ್ಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಹೃದಯಘಾತಕ್ಕೊಳಗಾಗಿ
Chamundi temple when he suffered a heart attack.
ನಾಳೆ ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇವತ್ತೇ ಇರಬೇಕು.
His birthday was there tomorrow.
ಹುಟ್ಟಿದಬ್ಬಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿ ದೇವಿ.
That's why he was going to
ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ
Chamundeshwari temple in Mysore.
ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಧನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅರಸರವರು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ದೇವರಾಜು ಅವರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ.
R.V. Devraj was a loyal party worker. His death
ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೊಡೆತ ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ.
His death is a huge loss for the Congress party.
ವಾರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು, ನನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
In fact, a week ago he had come to meet me.
ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಈಗಿದ್ದ 3 ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಅವರು ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ. ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ನೋವಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಚಿರಶಾಂತಿ ದೊರಕಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ.
Pained by his death.
ಅಪಾರವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಸಾವಿನ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ಭರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
I hope God gives strength to his family and followers
ರಷ್ಯಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉಕ್ರೇನ್ ಯುದ್ಧದಂತೆ ಅವರ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮುಲು ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಶ್ರೀರಾಮುಲು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಈಗ
ಶ್ರೀರಾಮುಲು ಹೇಳ
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಈಗ ಆರ್ ವಿ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೇವಾದಳದ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ
R.V. Devraj and me had worked for a long time for the party.
89ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ KSRTC ಚೇರ್ಮನ್.
He was also an MLA.
ಅವರ ಸೀಟನ್ನು SM ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು
chairperson of KSRTC.
ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ MLC ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದ್ರು.
Somebody who had vacated his seat for SM Krishna.
ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪಕ್ಷದ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಿಷ್ಠಾವಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೂವನ್ನು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂದ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹೂವು ಏನಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಹೂವನ್ನು ಡೆಕೋರೇಷನ್ನು ಹೂವು ಏನೇನು ಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ನಿಷ್ಠೆ. ಸೊ ಮೊನ್ನೆ 3 ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬಂದು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. SM ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 3 ದಿನದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಆರಾಧನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇತ್ತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತಿಂಡಿ ಏನೇನು ಅವರ ಆಸೆ ಇತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹಂಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಅಭಿಮಾನ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಸೀಟನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಹಂಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧವಾದಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ, ಹಿಂದೂ ವರ್ಗದ ನಾಯಕ.
He vacated his seat for SM Krishna. He was a leader who was taking everyone along with him. People of all communities.
ಯಾರೋ ರೆಬಲ್ ನಿಂತು ಅವ್ರು ಖಂಡಿತ ಅವರು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಭಗವಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಅನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕೆ
He lost previous election by a small margin.
ಅವರ ನಾಯಕತ್ವವನ್ನು ಅವರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರ ಭಗವಂತ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ, ಅವರ ಧರ್ಮಪತ್ನಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವಕಿ ಅವರು. ಅವ್ರ ಮಗ ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
God gives strength to his family and followers to bear this loss.
ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೋಗಿ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಂತಿಮ ನಮನವನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Me and the Chief Minister will go now and pay our last respects.
ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಎಲ್ಲ MLAಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಕರೀತಾರೆ,
ಹೇಳಾಯ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು.
ಆದರೆ 15% ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಹತೆ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
All MLAs want to be ministers, but only 15% of the overall house can be made cabinet ministers.
Who's been tracking this very important meeting for us. So, Harish, a host of issues have been discussed by both of them as they highlighted to the media, whether it is the upcoming strategy for the assembly session or even them planning to go and see the High Command, what the government intends to do. Very interestingly, they've also highlighted how the opposition is planning to table a no confidence motion.
Yes, 2-3 big key takeaways coming out of this meeting. One, despite saying that they're together and they'll work together, abide by the Congress High Command's decision, now both these leaders making an attempt to go to Delhi on the pretext of having a meeting with MPs from Karnataka, all party MPs taking the leader of opposition from JDS and BJP as well to Delhi and hold a meeting on the 8th of December in Delhi. And the Chief Minister making it very clear that if the High Command gives him time, he might meet them. More significantly, he's also likely to meet KC Venugopal tomorrow in Mangaluru. There is a program where both the Chief Minister and KC Venugopal have been invited. He's saying that he'll meet him there as well. But the agenda seems to be clear. Both these leaders not willing to budge from their stance, saying that it's the High Command which has to decide that. And both of them now trying to mount pressure on the High Command. The High Command so far has not entertained their request for a meeting, but both of them making it to Delhi on the 8th, most probably on the pretext of a meeting with all party MPs and then seek an appointment there. It will be very difficult for the Congress President and others to deny a meeting if the Chief Minister of a state is there when they're from their own party. So, but now it's becoming clear that on the 8th, the next chapter of this leadership tussle will play out in Delhi, even as The reason given is that several issues of Karnataka, whether it's irrigation, Mekedatu, the issue of sugarcane and maize farmers, all this needs to be discussed. So they need to meet all MPs from Karnataka of various parties and then mount pressure on the union government to give justice to Karnataka. But that would just be a pretext. But the larger reason, the bigger agenda would be to try and seek time with the High Command and push them to give some sort of a decision on this issue. Not just that, right now, the CM and the DCM saying that they are deciding the roadmap for the upcoming session, how they will tackle a no confidence motion if it is moved by the BJP, and various other issues that the combined opposition of the BJP and JDS would be raising, and tackle that on the floor of the House. Remember, both of them once again saying that most of these issues were discussed at the breakfast meeting that happened at the Chief Minister's house, and they have decided what the High Command says would be the final word. Afreen also has been tracking this meeting very closely.
I'm sorry, we'll have to
morning.
leave it at that,
Afreen,
Harish, because as reports have already indicated that this second breakfast meet could very well just mean a temporary truce, as Harish was rightly highlighting. They are both headed to see the High Command on 8th of December, which is where perhaps part 2 of this entire tussle may play out in the national capital. We will keep bringing you all the latest developments. For now, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
This is
All right, after the first round of breakfast meeting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his deputy DK Shivkumar, this was the morning for breakfast meet 2.0. Shivkumar invited Siddaramaiah to his residence. These were the visuals that we got this morning from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. He invited Siddaramaiah to his residence, saying, "Me and the Chief Minister continue to work together as a team," while the Chief Minister insisted that the party in the state is 100% united. So these were the visuals that we got of this breakfast meeting this morning that is still underway, and it remains to be seen if there's going to be any sort of a breakthrough, though that is not expected at this point. Harish is live with us. He's been covering all of the developments from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. Harish, of course, we've been discussing this. There's not going to be a breakthrough. We know that, at least for now, we think that's what's going to happen. Pretty much it all just relies, the Congress High Command is relying on the optics and the theatrics of this meeting, the second meeting. We heard some of the reactions that were coming in as well. People saying this is only reciprocal. So really what happens going forward remains very much up in the air at this point also.
Welcome back. Getting in breaking inputs from the Parliament. Remember, as the deadlock in the winter session of the Parliament continues, especially in the Lok Sabha, what we are being told is that the LS Speaker, Shri Om Birla, is currently meeting the opposition leaders to resolve this deadlock. That's the breaking input we are bringing to you. Remember, the Lok Sabha chairperson had to, in fact, adjourn the Lok Sabha till 12 p.m. So we can expect the Lok Sabha to resume operations from 12 p.m. in just few minutes from now. But more importantly, Om Birla making that outreach to the opposition leaders who, remember, have been demanding a discussion on SIR. In fact, in both houses of the Parliament, we heard the chants of SIR pe charcha ho, charcha ho, charcha ho. And even as the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs has already indicated that the opposition is only digging up newer controversies to ensure that the Parliament is logjammed. Let's quickly take this forward with Payal Mehta, who's bringing us more details to this news story. So Payal, what are you learning about this meeting that has taken place between the Lok Sabha Speaker and the opposition?
So the Lok Sabha Speaker from the chair, Akansha, is making multiple appeals to the opposition parties to draw some semblance and not waste time of the Parliament, because these are very precious hours where one needs to work for the cause of the people, but it seems to be of no avail. Therefore, he's called all the opposition leaders to his chamber to individually tell them that they have to make reasonable demands. You cannot be working out in a manner that you're holding the House ransom session after session. That's something which is not going to be allowed. The government is not running away from a discussion, But under what rule can you hold a discussion? You cannot allow the functioning of the Election Commission to be discussed, because who will reply on behalf of the Election Commission? The Election Commission is not represented by, the Chief Election Commissioner as a member of Parliament, etc. It's just like that the nodal ministry is Law Ministry, which can only talk about electoral reforms. You'll have to just wait and see what is the outcome of this meeting, because the meeting took place led by the Lok Sabha Speaker just a short while ago.
We will keep coming back to you, Payal, for more information once this entire meeting is over, to see what the outcome has been like. With that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching this broadcast. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
This is News.
All right, after the first round of breakfast meeting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and his deputy DK Shivkumar, this was the morning for breakfast meet 2.0. Shivkumar invited Siddaramaiah to his residence. These were the visuals that we got this morning from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. He invited Siddaramaiah to his residence, saying, "Me and the Chief Minister continue to work together as a team," while the Chief Minister insisted that the party in the state is 100% united. So these were the visuals that we got of this breakfast meeting this morning that is still underway, and it remains to be seen if there's going to be any sort of a breakthrough, though that is not expected at this point. Harish is live with us. He's been covering all of the developments from outside of DK Shivkumar's residence. Harish, of course, we've been discussing this. There's not going to be a breakthrough. We know that, at least for now. We think that's what's going to happen. Pretty much it all just relies, the Congress High Command is relying on the optics and the theatrics of this meeting, the second meeting. We heard some of the reactions that were coming in as well. People saying this is only reciprocal. So really what happens going forward remains very much up in the air at this point also.
Well, even as we speak, that breakfast meeting is on. We are...
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. It's time for the headlines first. The Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka conclude their breakfast meeting with idli and natti chicken, step out and brief the media. They say they are together and will be seeing the High Command on 8th of December. Showdown continues on day 2 of the Parliament, and opposition continues the chaos over SIR in both houses of the Parliament. Speaker Om Birla meets the opposition leaders to resolve the deadlock. Government orders pre-installation of Sanchar Sathi app on all smartphones to fight fake phones and cybercrime. Opposition warns against government's overreach, tags Sanchar Sathi app surveillance tool unconstitutional. Tensions erupt in Maharashtra within Mahayuti after Nitesh Rane accuses ally BJP of attempting to bribe voters ahead of the civic polls. Booked for rape and forced abortion, suspended Congress MLA Rahul Mamkootathil on the run. The winter session drama continues in the Parliament, this on day 2 after a stormy session yesterday as well. The opposition has now demanded a discussion on the SIR and BLO deaths and staged a protest regarding the same. This after Prime Minister Modi set the tone for the session yesterday, saying the time for doing drama is over. It is now time for delivery, emphasizing that the session should prioritize the nation's work over partisan disputes. Listen in. All right, getting in breaking inputs. In fact, the Union Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, Kiran Rijiju, has responded saying we are ready for a discussion on SIR as per the Business Advisory Committee, but do not insist on a timeline right now. Remember, this is also the word that he had sent out while addressing one of the houses of the Parliament yesterday, when he was saying that we are not against a discussion on SIR, but it is the timeline, and that the Parliament will not be held to ransom because the opposition is demanding that the SIR discussion should take take place right away. The government needs to prioritize the number of bills, 13 as we are being told. 3 of them were, remember, tabled yesterday itself, and some very important bills are still pending to be tabled. And so the government wanting to prioritize that. Prime Minister Modi himself also highlighting that there are several MLAs and MPs from the opposition who also want to share their concerns, burgeoning concerns rather, as ministers. But let's listen into what Kiran Rijiju is saying.
Please don't put timeline condition on anything. I'm going to engage with the leader of oppositions from different political parties. It may be formally, informally, but ultimately it will come to you, sir, formally once we start the process of some consultation. Everything cannot be mechanical. In parliamentary democracy, we have to engage in dialogue, we have to engage in discussion. कल भी हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि यह बिजनेस तैयार किया गया है, हम लोग चर्चा के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन एक बात तो हम लोग औपचारिक मिलना तो चाहिए. ये टाइम बताते कि अभी बताओ कब से होगा, ऐसा कोई तरीका नहीं होता है.
All right, so let's quickly go across to Arunima. We'll put that into perspective. So, Arunima, what Kiran Rijiju is saying as the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is, of course, highlighting a highly irresponsible and unconstitutional behavior of the opposition party, given that he has already stated that they are not against a discussion on the SIR, but the BSC, of course, has their own agenda set and there's time allocated for each discussion.
See, but what Kiran Rijiju is saying now is a different stand that the government is taking from the one that they had taken in the last session. Last session of Parliament was also washed out because of opposition's insistence on a discussion on SIR. And then the government's stand was that we cannot discuss SIR because it is not something that is a government initiative. Who would reply to the discussion? Election Commission of India or the CEC or any EC official cannot come to the Parliament and answer these questions. And therefore, the opposition's demand is unconstitutional. It is not something that is backed by rules and procedures. This time, however, the stance that is being taken by the government is, and you just heard the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, he said that we are ready for discussion. The business is being drawn out. We are ready for any discussion, but don't insist on a timeline. Do not say that we will not allow any business of the House till the time you finish a discussion on SIR. Don't put a gun to our head is what the government is saying. So there's a nuanced difference in the two positions that the government has taken. And I spoke to senior opposition leaders who were part of the Business Advisory Committee meeting. They also got this indication from the government. I'm just quoting what this opposition leader told me. They said, we were asked what were our top 4 or 5 issues. When we listed them out, we were asked, you can pick one of this and we will give that priority. Okay. So the opposition very clearly told the government functionaries that SIR was their top priority. They want immediate discussion on that. And the government seemed receptive to that idea. A BJP functionary also told me that after the Supreme Court stamp of approval, after the Bihar election results, government has nothing to hide on SIR. If they want to discuss electoral reform, so be it. So there are indications that the government is veering towards a position which could be different from the last session.
That's a very interesting piece of information shared by Arunima over there. Let me introduce others also joining in. I can see Aman is also joining us live, as is Arun. CNN News 18 continues to bring you all these latest developments that are taking place in both houses of the Parliament. So, Aman, if we were to begin with, there's an outreach also being made by the Lok Sabha Speaker as we speak. In fact, in the latest breaking inputs that are coming in, the Lok Sabha has also just resumed. So, take us through what has been the interaction like. What are you learning from your sources when Lok Sabha Speaker Shri Om Birla reached out to the opposition members?
See, Akanksha, the backdrop of all this is that the entire monsoon session of Parliament was washed out on the issue of the SIR. The government was very fixated that, you can't have a discussion on election commission's functioning in the House, citing a Balram Jakar ruling as the speaker, many years back when he was a Congress leader. On the other side, the opposition kept saying that how you can discuss SIR as a part of a larger discussion on electoral reforms. In the monsoon session, there was no consensus on both sides and we saw a complete washout. I think the effort now is by the Lok Sabha Speaker also that the winter session of Parliament should not be a repeat of the monsoon session of Parliament. Can he bring both the sides together to some sort of consensus? We'll have to wait and see what are the results of the meeting that the Lok Sabha Speaker has just held with the MPs. We'll have to wait and see what middle way in a way is reached out of all this. But I think the government is still very, very clear that just a discussion on the SIR is not possible. You can, if a larger electoral reform discussion is proposed by the opposition, if the government is agreeable, we'll know it when the BSc meets and if the BSc approves that. Kiran Rijiju is also saying the same, that the matters are brought to the BSc and from there we'll take a call. But I think the effort from both the government as well as the Lok Sabha Speaker is not a repeat of the monsoon session. It should not be a washout. There are important bills. There's the discussion on Vande Mataram which is to happen. So all this should happen. That is what the government's effort seems to be here.
Let me take that point forward with Arun also. Arun,